didn't like school, and you know what it's for. So
What is up, everyone? Welcome back. I'm trying to fix my stuff here, fix my hair, fix everything. Anyway, here I am. I'm back, and I'm flying solo tonight, guys. Curtis is working tonight, and he told me to tell everyone, hola. He's thinking about everybody, and he hopes I have a good live stream. He wishes he could be here. We got 16 people in the house right now. That is freaking awesome. Yes, I am wearing hair extensions tonight, guys. They are fake, okay? And I can admit that. Anyway, sometimes I like to have fun and miss my long hair. I used to have really long hair. You guys know if you've been with me for a while. And sometimes I miss it. But it's not like I'm going to pass them off as real. They're fake. They're fake as fuck. Anyway, let me see who we got here. MRBW999999 is in the house. Mark Allen Reeves is in the house. Is that Mark Reeves with the new channel, Mark Allen Reeves? Put a 1 in the chat if it's the same Mark. Put a 2 in the chat if this is somebody different, please. Because you guys get me all confused. One day you have one name. Next day you have another name. Wiley's in the house. What's up, Wiley? Messa is here. You were missing in action last time. Where the hell were you at? Steve B is here. Stevie B. Hey. I got 18 people here. All right, last time we got up to 33 people, guys. Smash that like button and melt the fuck out of it. Share this shit, okay? We're going to have some fun tonight. See what happens. And I may throw the link out. I may live a little dangerously today. Oh, who we got here? Sacred Red Brick. That is Mr. Beast fan, I believe. Mr. Beast fan's in the house. Red Storm's here. Melanie is on time. Not tardy, Melanie. Not tardy. Awesome. She's finally showing up for class on time. Samoan Watchman's here. Where the hell have you been, dude? Huh? I know it's like, where have I been, but where have you been? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. But you guys, I know that y'all can't catch the live stream all the time. So I know you guys watch it probably on the back end. Maybe you don't comment. Patty G's in the house. I know a lot of times she can't make the chats and stuff and the live streams. I get it. I just miss seeing your names all the time. And my brain rate goes to, oh, I said something they didn't like and they unsubscribed. Or I'm covering something that they don't like now and they've unsubscribed. Something that I must have did that they unsubscribed. I don't think like, oh, they're busy. They didn't catch the live stream or they just haven't been able to get on YouTube lately because of life and stuff. Because I've had people in the past just, kind of unsubscribe to me for crazy reasons, like really mundane, trivial reasons. Okay. And I'm okay with it. But at the end of the day, it's kind of confusing. I just don't know where I'm at with people sometimes if I haven't seen them for a while. So it's nice to see you guys around. I'm very grateful. Leave a comment under the videos or the live streams if you don't catch them live to let me know you're still alive. That would be cool. I love you. I'm in rare form tonight. Don't mind me, guys. I haven't flown solo in a while, and lots been going on in life, and now it's all starting to like level out, and I could just be like, oh, Melanie, we have got to get together, and we've got to get some bail money together too, because me and you together, you know what that's going to mean. Means Dino's going to be coming down and bailing us out. Me and Melanie would tear it up. Me, Melanie, and Curtis's Aunt Judy. OMG. Aunt Judy is fucking awesome, okay? She's 83 years old, and you wouldn't even know it to look at her. And talking to her even. You wouldn't know it. She sounds like she's, I don't know, maybe like around my age or a little bit older. Maybe she sounds like she's in her 60s or something, but she's 83, and she's still getting all around and stuff. Like normal, like what 83 should look like. She never even dyed her hair, which that's crazy that there are people out there though that don't go gray somehow. I don't know. I think we're not really meant to go gray, but that's just my opinion because we go gray so early now. There's people go gray like as soon as they hit their 30s, they're starting to go gray and stuff. I don't think that's normal, but that's just me. Can you guys hear me okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me okay. Put a 2 in the chat if you cannot. I started an edit today ranking the best dressed South American dictator. Really? From the 80s. I gotta say, Hugo Boss did a damn good job on the Germans' uniforms. Have anybody watched The Man in the High Castle? Well, if you haven't, you should. I thought it was very entertaining and very interesting given the stuff that we've learned about and talked about in the past, Mandela effects and stuff with Germany and all this stuff. But their uniforms are like the pinnacle of uniforms for war, like for generals and all this stuff. I think it's like, where do you go from there? Everybody else's is shit compared to that. It's pretty good looking uniform. Just sucks that supposedly the bad guys were wearing them. If he was a bad guy, he was a bad guy. If he wasn't, he wasn't. I didn't write his story. They did. And they fucking lie. Okay? There's that. They lie about everything. It's usually the complete and utter opposite of what they're telling you. So if they're saying somebody's the bad guy, maybe they weren't. I don't have the evidence. I'm just saying. They have a pattern, and that's what they follow. And if that pattern dictates, their lies, then obviously they want us to see somebody in a certain way and see the victims of that somebody a certain way. Enough said. You got Carrie's in the house. What's up, Carrie? I know Dean the Brick Machine is in the house. He's keeping an eye on everybody. Tara's here. Welcome, Tara. Patty G. Jamie's in the house. If I skipped anybody, I really apologize here. I haven't watered the tree. I think I might have said hi to you, but hi again. I had fun with you last live stream. And also, I want to commend you. I don't know if you were planning on it or not, but I was wanting to commend you for having your little talk on your screen there on your last video, talking about anyway, showing your face and putting your face to the voice that we hear on these boots on the grounds and all this stuff. Because a lot of time people don't show their faces and they're hitting truth really, really hard. And then there's other people who kind of semi hit the truth and then veer off somewhere else and they never show their faces. I think it's really important for the audience to see your face, to put your face with the information. Because it's almost like Russian Vince. You never saw his face. He put out a lot of good shit. I don't know really what happened to him or what's going on, but he never showed his face. I mean, there'd be like big, huge, like conspiracy theories about what this guy looked like. And I found a picture of him. No, that's not him. I found a picture of him over here. I thought I found a picture of him one time. So it was like a big mystery. John Levi does that a lot. He doesn't show his face, only but once or twice here and there, once in a while. You know what I mean? When you see somebody's face, it takes that truth to a next level. In my opinion, I appreciate seeing your face, and I'm grateful that you're starting to do that and get comfortable with it. Maybe a lot of people aren't comfortable with it. I had to get comfortable with the whole idea of being on camera and stuff like that. But I want to stand in the truth and show my face while I'm talking to you, telling you what I see happening and the evidence I'm bringing for whatever topic I'm covering. And sure, I could have been behind screen this whole time and never have shown my face, and everybody and their grandmother be pondering and wondering what I look like or whatever, because everybody does that. You hear somebody's voice like a DJ on the radio, and you listen to them every morning on the way to work, if that's even a thing anymore. I don't know. But anyway, I don't drive to work in the morning, so I don't have that problem, but neither here nor there. You kind of get this imagination of what he must look like, this voice that you hear every morning if you've never seen the guy. At least that's how it was for me in Florida before this whole cell phone internet thing was at your hand, and you could look everybody up immediately. But back then I had to imagine with my brain what this guy must have looked like. And one night I was in a club in Fort Myers. Yes, I used to go to clubs. And the radio station was there hosting the club that night. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get to meet this guy. Oh, I cannot tell you how disappointed I was to meet this guy when I saw him. I wanted to go back to not knowing what he looked like. Put a 1 in the chat if you know what I mean. Put a 2 in the chat if not. But, you hear the voice. You kind of get this preconceived expectation in your head of what they must look like. Okay? And he was nothing like what I thought he would look like. Anyway, what was his name? I think his name was Brian. It was Brian in the morning something crew. I listen to it every morning taking my son to school. You want to know what he looked like? I'll tell you what he looked like. He looked like he was definitely shorter than me, but he had a voice that was larger than life. Okay, so he was shorter than me, and I'm like, what? And he kind of like his head was too big for his body, kind of bobbleheadish. But anyway, whatever. That's why they work in radio. Yeah, apparently. Apparently, that's what they say about guys who are well endowed. That's why they work in porn, right? I guess I don't know. Hey, I'm just saying. Melanie knows. Yes, Melanie. She's all into the deep shafts, large shafts, scaling up and down these large shafts with her inspection crew. They did find another deep shaft, though, in Egypt, of course. So I got a bunch of stuff to show you guys. However, I do not have any tabs open yet because I am just swinging by the seat of my pants tonight. Yeah, Brian, LOL. It was Brian and I can't think of it. Brian and somethings. I'm crazy. You're crazy. This whole courtroom's crazy. All right, let me see. Let me get my stuff ready here. Let's stop fucking around. Let's get serious. Are you ready for this, guys? I don't even think you're ready for this. Take notes because there will be a test on Friday. I'm just saying. Melanie, anybody comes in here late, you're taking their name, they're staying after class, and they're clapping your erasers, girl. All right. Let me get my stuff set up. Talk amongst yourselves. And let me get my stuff ready here. Last week, I had a little sore. My cheek was a little swollen last live stream we did. And I was like, oh my God, you can kind of see it when you look at the live stream, but it's not really that bad. I was like, oh no, what's going on here? I ate a piece of pizza and the crust was really like jaggedy crust. And I guess it kind of nicked my gum there around my tooth. And next thing you know, it got swollen, I guess. It's just not good. I'm like, Curtis, look at me. What am I going to do? All right, let's find this stuff here. I got to click on here. I got so much cool, interesting stuff for you guys. I'm going to freak out. I got that one up. Let's play this out. All right. I skipped that ad. That's ready to go. Fucking ads, man. That's bullshit. All right, what's this one? I'm going to pause that one. Go back here. I know. I should have been prepared, but I don't care. You know how many shows I have been so prepared that I forgot to even cover stuff I was so prepared. Now I just do whatever, and I'm good with it. No pressure. Oh, I got this one already. I can get rid of this. All right. What else I got here? Boom, baby. Have you guys seen what the heck is going on in the world today? I mean, holy moly, get your oil lamps ready because that shit's going to come like a thief in the night. And I've been saying, I told all of you 2-3 years ago probably. If you can still see me and hear me, guys, hopefully you can. Let me go back over here to StreamYard real quick. I told you guys, how long ago? 2026 is the end of the short season of Satan. That means another judgment's coming, okay? It doesn't say that's the end and then we go to 2027 and let's plan for 2030 or whatever. Jennifer, you always look nice. Oh, thank you, Patty. I'm wearing fake extensions today, and I can admit that they're fake, okay? Anyway. No, the reason I'm saying it like that is because people are like, oh, she talks about all this fake stuff, fake, and now she's wearing fake hair extensions. Yeah, I'm cool with it. And I'm letting you guys know they're fucking fake, but they're fun. Anyway, another meltdown. Fucking fun. What you guys are talking about here, Mark? Pizza crust is unforgiving on gums. And yeah, roof of mouth. I had that before. I had to scratch down the back of the throat that got, you naturally have these bacterias in your mouth, right? So God forbid you get some kind of wound in your mouth or on your tongue, you bite your tongue or back of your throat, crust, it takes a while to heal and it hurts like hell. And you got to eat. So it's not like you can just like avoid eating and sterilize your mouth and let it sit for like 3 days until something finally starts to. Jen's beautiful on the inside and out. Oh, thank you, Jamie. So are you. I'm wearing my Melology 101 t-shirt today. This is what I wore up to the meetup. Jamie, didn't I give you one of these? I think I gave you one, Jamie, didn't I? I wore it to the meetup. All right, let me finish getting my stuff ready here. You guys are sidetracking me. Got that. Let me go get another one up here. Yeah, there's some crazy shit going on in this fucking world today. Wow, what is that? Holy crap, Chapeau. This is in Spain. I might have to share this. All right, hold on. What is it? How can I share it? Interested, not interested. Hold on, I'm gonna do that. Sorry, guys. I just got something on my Melology Mountains or Melted Buildings Facebook group about Spain. And wow. Maybe if I click. No, that's not it. I don't really go on Facebook much anymore. So if anybody's thinking like, well, you don't answer me or you're not over here anymore, or whatever, I just don't do Facebook anymore. I grew out of it, okay? I grew out of Facebook. Don't hate me for it. You're just not there yet. Anyway, I utilize it as a tool to get my information from one place to the other so I can have it up here on the screen for you guys. So you're the reason I'm still on Facebook, really. Messenger, that's it. It's Messenger. I don't know how to share this. Fuck, I'm just going to leave it there. Fuck it. I'll be able to do it in a screen share and show you. Let me finish my stuff here. Entertain yourselves for a minute. Got that one up. That. What else did I have? Oh, this. This. Yeah. Fucking commercials, man. What is with these people always put commercials on here? All right, I can get rid of that. I don't need it. Okay, we're going to do this one for sure. Yeah, that's crazy. And then I got this one. Oh, that's the same one. Fuck it. You ever send yourself something or send some? I always send stuff to myself because I have more than one self on Facebook because I've been locked out of my account and I had to make more than one. So I send stuff to myself. And then sometimes I forget I sent it and I send it again and then twice. And it's like, I don't know. All right, here. Definitely watching that one for sure. Okay, that. I don't want to skip anything. There's a lot of good stuff here. I can't miss anything. Like, for you guys. It's all for you guys. This one we definitely have to see. I'm contemplating a 3-hour live stream right now. So I'm just saying, if anybody can't stay up for this, you're going to have to rewind and watch what I got. Because this is some good shit. Oh, this is a good one too. Dean sent this to me. This is funny as fuck. There's some crazy shit going on in the world, guys. I don't know what you guys see. I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore, to tell you the truth. Found it. Try this one later. Okay. All right, now they have this other link I was going to go over with you guys, but I'm going to share it with you instead, and you guys can go over it on your own. Copy, I'll drop it in the link in the chat here. All right. Hold on. It's just entertainment at this point. Yeah, but, it's like a scary movie like Zombieland, like World War Z or something. Like, what is with these shady, dark teen takeovers? Just saying. Have you seen them on the beach in Daytona, Florida? It looks like, from above, it looks like ants, brown ants, running around like crazy, like their nest just got disturbed on the beach. The white sands of Daytona. Just saying, that's what it looks like. It's pretty dark. What's up, Wiley? You were here earlier, just getting back in, taking care of the kids, having dinner. What's up? All right, we got a lot to cover, okay? And you guys have to pay attention because there will be a test on Friday. And some of you are this close to failing. Melanie. Sue Finelli is in the house. Me and Sue Finelli go back further than 4 flats on a Cadillac. We go back to the Flat Earth meetup days. Me and Sue Finelli and being on Brian Stabley's show and stuff. What's up, Sue? All right, hang on, guys. I'm gonna put something on real quick, and then we're gonna get back to this stuff here. Let me get over here. All right, I'll play something for you guys real quick if I can find it. Let's see here. Okay, I don't have it here. What's this one? This one here. All right, I'll be back in 2.5 minutes, guys.
Have you ever stopped to question the world beneath your feet? What if everything you thought you knew about the Earth's geological formations was, in fact, an illusion? What if the mountains, valleys, and canyons that we see today didn't take millions of years to form, but rather blossomed quickly under the influence of extreme heat and pressure? Welcome to a fascinating journey into a concept that might just turn your world upside down: meltology. Meltology, at its core, is the study and exploration of structures that have been formed through melting. It's a relatively new field that challenges the conventional wisdom of our geological narratives. It suggests that the landscapes we see around us didn't evolve over eons, but were quickly shaped by an X-factor event in our not-so-distant past. This event, it is hypothesized, exposed the Earth's crust to staggering temperatures reaching well over 9,000 degrees. Imagine the intense heat of a blacksmith's forge, then multiply that 1,000 times over. That's the kind of heat we are talking about. It's a heat so intense that it didn't merely shape our landscapes, it melted them. This theory suggests that the grandeur of the Grand Canyon, the majesty of the Himalayas, the stark beauty of the Sahara, all these were not the result of slow geological processes, but the aftermath of a cataclysmic event that fundamentally altered our world. And what's more, meltology posits that this event wasn't millions of years ago, but rather it happened in our not-so-distant past. This turns the conventional wisdom of geology on its head. To summarize, meltology offers a radical rethinking of how our world was formed. It suggests that the Earth's landscapes were not shaped over millions of years through slow geological processes, but were rapidly formed under extreme heat and pressure from an event in our not-so-distant past. It challenges us to rethink our understanding of the Earth and our place in it. So next time you marvel at a mountain range or gaze across a vast desert, consider the possibility that these magnificent formations didn't take millions of years to form. They might just be the result of a cosmic event that, while devastating, gave birth to the world as we know it today. Remember, the world beneath our feet may not be as it seems. It's time to question, to explore, and to rethink the narratives we've been told, because sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction.
Welcome back, guys. What's up, Patrick? Welcome. What is up? Just checking the chat here. Okay, we're good. Mr. V's fan in the house. So, let's see. So, Sacred Brick is Mr. Beast fan, correct? I got that right. I'm on the right page on that one. I was making sure. I get confused sometimes. Yeah, you're right, Jamie. It's at the end of the hourglass. Yep. Like, on time, we can feel it. Oh, I can feel it. God, I saw some of this stuff. I watch, now I'm not saying you got to watch this guy, but I watch a guy, okay? And I'll tell you who the guy is. His name's the Base Conservative. And, you know, he shows a lot of crazy stuff. And I never saw that stuff going on because I don't watch the news. I don't know this shit's happening. I go outside, birds are tweeting, sun's out, it's quiet. Everybody, it's normal. What normal is scarce now, okay? Chaos is running amok. That's what's happening. And he covers a lot of this craziness that's happening. And you can see in what he shows why this lawlessness is taking place. Men's hearts will fail them for what they see come upon the earth, what they see happening on the earth. And you might be thinking, oh, well, that's not until, demons show up and start walking down the roads and giants appear. No. I'm talking about, do you remember the movie The Cell with John Cusack? Okay. Everybody's all normal 1 minute, chilling, waiting for their airplane to come in or whatever, or their flights to show up. Next thing you know, everybody gets a phone call or some signal that comes through their phone if they have the device on them. And guess what? They all go crazy. But they go crazy in different ways. Some people just go freaking out and slamming their head into a wall. Some people sit there and start crying. Some are rolling on the floor and twisting up into the weird things. And the other people are chasing other people down, trying to eat their face off or beat the crap out of them or kill them for no reason. Except for this signal, right? And the people who aren't on cell phones or have the device on them don't get that signal, supposedly. Or, maybe they are not affected. Some people aren't affected because they're at a higher vibrational frequency because they love the truth, okay? And if you love the truth and you're vibrating at a higher frequency, their frequencies can't work on you. It'll work on these negative people who walk around with hate in their heart constantly. And, oh, wait, how many people got the jab during that time? Gee, could it be all these people who are out there doing the takeovers and stuff? Could be. I'm just saying. And, I just don't understand. How is it that they all seem to have the same fireworks, okay? Shooting them at everybody and at cops. How is it that before when they did the whole riot thing, Black Lives Matter or whatever it was, there happens to be pallets of bricks everywhere on the corners. Who's buying pallets of bricks for these people? Okay, there's street cameras everywhere. I have not seen one street camera showing a truck pulling up and dropping off these pallets of bricks. You know how much a pallet of bricks costs? Anywhere from $250 to $700, and that's just for the pallet. That's not including delivery, guys. Okay, who's paying for that? You know those rioters aren't. So, these are the questions I have. Why is this happening? Why are they just... I've seen people go in and destroy stores and not even take anything. Okay, when have you ever seen that? They always loot when they riot, but now they're just murder, death, kill. And then when they get caught stealing something, they try to fight you for you taking it back from them, not letting them leave the store. I can't even believe the stuff that I'm seeing that people are doing. There's no words except for prepare. Make sure you're ready. I have to go all the way down here and see what's going on, guys. I'm back behind here on the chat. It's a spiritual war for sure. And we're seeing it play out on the physical plane. Okay. If I can walk out there in public and somebody can just take a knife, which now suddenly knives are the new weapon of choice out there, just decide to kill somebody just because, you're just there and you just happen to be the wrong color of your skin. Okay. It's all this stuff, right? Okay. And somehow they don't think past that moment that they're throwing their whole lives away and that they're going to do it right in front of everybody. They have no cognitive, how does that happen? Okay. How do you just say, okay, I'm just going to just stab this person in front of me. I don't care if there's a whole train of people here. I'm just going to walk under this tent where there's a whole bunch of students. And I'm just going to stab this guy right in the chest. And, do you really think you're going to get away with that? Like, you're not even trying to wait till they turn the corner or something and nobody's around. What's taking over these people that's making them want to just throw their lives away? They don't even think about their lives. It's like they have no impulse control, no thought beyond talk about ADHD. It's like ADHD on like fast forward super speed or something, moment to moment. Like this one guy got in an argument with some other kid in school in the bathroom. By the time he got back to the classroom with the guy's picking up a pair of scissors and stabbing him in the neck and the eye and all stuff in science class. Okay? Science class. What? And then these people who are around all this get to see it and they get traumatized, I'm sure, because I saw somebody get stabbed in front of me when I was a little girl. Right in front of me. Okay? I was right there for the whole thing. And it still affects me today. There's lots of ways to die, and that's one of them that I don't want to go that way. So seeing all this stabbing stuff, some girl in England, she was just walking home from somewhere, and then the CCTV cameras kind of catch her walking and getting ready to turn the corner, and this rather dark tan man or whatever just comes running up behind her. She don't even look and see what's going on because she just thinks he's just somebody running across the street probably to get to the other side. No, he comes right up behind her. He's huge and just starts like her neck. Like, what? Really? Like, this is where we live right now. Okay. Good to see. Yeah. Oh, people. No, they flip for sure. Like okay. So when you got the COVID backwards is Divok. Okay. Divok means an evil entity trying to attach itself to you. Okay. I never had COVID and I never had none of the vaccines. So I don't have any evil entities attached to me, but they do. Okay. And they got the vaccines. So what's that all about? And what are we seeing right now? I can tell you this, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And when you see what's going on out there right now, you're thinking probably, oh yeah, I could see how it could get worse because you know what's going to happen, guys? The cities are going to burn. Okay. They're already almost there. It's like all it needs is just a little on the embers and it'll go whoosh, up in flames. Every city, Chicago, LA, New York, Philly, all of them, they're going to go. Baltimore. And then they're going to come out to the burbs. Okay. I'm in the middle of Birmingham and Birmingham and Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. Birmingham is an hour away, an hour and 10 minutes, and Atlanta is like an hour and 40 minutes away. Where do you think all these people are going to go once they can't get anything out of these cities anymore? They're going to start spreading like cancer out. And now they're running through the streets and running through shops and running through malls. How long is it going to be before they're running through your freaking house? Okay? Like locusts with faces, like it says in the Bible. Locusts with faces and stingers. The stinger is the knife, okay? The locusts with faces is because they're people. And they're running through so quickly and so fast and tearing everything up in their wake and then moving on, just like locusts. Yeah. For no goddamn reason other than they can, I guess, because this is what they have in their heart. And we're going to see this stuff come upon the earth. And for the elect's sake, hopefully it'll be short. I don't know, but isn't it crazy that the one way that I would not want to die is the one way that they're all doing it right now? It's like, anyway, I just don't like knives. I like to look at them. I don't like them, though. And I always felt like if I had a knife and I was trying to protect myself, what if they got the knife off me and used it on me? You know what I mean? So it's like, I'd rather have a gun. I'm just saying, or a taser. Yeah, so it was the Knicks, I think. The Knicks won or lost. I think they won in New York. Supposedly, this is what it all is, right? Now, we were looking at that earlier. I should get it up. The article says it was 9 school buses were there, and 5 of them got set on fire, okay? If you look at the video, there is like 23 school buses down the center of a main street in New York, Manhattan, I guess it is. And there's hordes of people, and I can't say it's too shady or nothing. It's pretty light out there on the streets, right? That's a surprise, but it's not surprising because you know what? These crazy riots and takeovers have been very dark and shady. So they can't say like, well, it's all them. It's all the dark, shady people, right? No. Well, see, it's white people too, because look over here in New York. They just did this and burnt down some. So you see what I'm saying? There might be like playing like a balance there. You can't say it's all them, all the shady dark people over here, because there's some really light shady people over there, and they all, look, here's the video. They burnt down buses and stuff. Anyway, the article said 5 buses burned out of 9. But I put the video back on, and I'm like, dude, there's way more than 9 buses. I start counting all the buses, and they're all down the center of the street. How convenient that they parked all the buses down the center of the street. Or it's just, none of it makes sense. It really doesn't. Why would you even do that? Why would you burn down buses and stuff because you're celebrating? Are you kidding me? Oh, and they had to mention also that there was some stabbings and some killings, because any of the other dark, shady teen takeovers that seem to just happen out of nowhere, right? There's always somebody that's getting shot or killed or murder, death, whatever. I don't know, suicide and unalived and all that other good stuff. Whatever words that are okay with YouTube tonight. So, of course, in the Knicks celebration over here, where, it's mostly very not so dark and shady. I can't even. You believe we have to talk like this? Whatever. All right. Look. Here we go. Let me just scroll down here and see what you guys are saying. I'm going to get this crazy girl out of here. Let's go back to love. I choose love, totally. Yeah. So I'm going to push my way to the front of the line for the guillotine. I'm just letting y'all know now. I'm out. They bring out them guillotines. I'll be first in line. Let's do this. Fuck Allah. I believe in Jesus. I know Jesus. Let's go. I can tell you this, guys. I've watched a lot of near-death experiences on different channels. Not just the same channel. I've watched a lot of them. Listened to a lot of people tell their stories. And I was hoping to find somebody that was another religion, another country, who went to heaven and, saw their gods, like Shiva or Buddha or Allah or whatever other ones that are out there. I was, thinking, okay, well, if this whole multi-God thing is right, and, everybody hates Christians over here or whatever like that. And Jesus just really makes people's panties get in a twist. Let's see if they, and, I never heard none. I did, however, hear people who are atheists and in other religions get to heaven, and guess who they see? Guess who they run into? Yeah, that's right. Jesus. Just saying. Just saying. What is a tree? Let's see here. Hey, Daryl. Didn't see you pop in here. I'm chatting away. Daryl Davis. I don't even see your name on here right now. That's right, Jesus. He's us. Jesus. Jesus is within us. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Everything I can do, you can do. Let thy mind's eye be single. Your body will be full of light. And guess what, motherfucker? When you're a light body, you can walk on water. You can heal the sick and you can raise the dead. And you can cast them demons out. Boom, baby. That's right. Oh, let's just say hi, Daryl. I owe you a Billy Joel story. I prefer to say Lord Jesus. I don't, because Lord is, when they say Lord, they usually refer to Lucifer. It's like a principality thing or whatever. And, Jesus does not require worship or sacrifice. Praise and gratitude and glory. That's it. And it's perpetual, amazing love. It's so incredible up there. I can't wait to go. It's literally a mirror on earth of heaven. All the buildings up there are the same buildings we have here. Same type of buildings. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. And they're in full working capacity with their tech and everything. Gold all over the place. I mean, pillars. It's unbelievable. It really is. And all your pets are there, guys. All your pets that you've ever owned are there, who passed on are there. They're waiting for you. Just saying, they are. It's pretty fucking amazing. Why everybody keeps saying hi to Daryl? I don't even see him here. Where is he? Oh, there he is. I got him. Okay, he's on the screen. Okay. This thing is scrolling around weird on me over here. It could be the owner-operator. It could be StreamYard. I don't know. Our Heavenly Father, Most High. I use Most High a lot. I try not to say God. Isn't it weird how they have us saying God? Like God. Like, what God? Like the God, our God, God the Father? It's just like, I like to say the Creator, God the Creator, because he did create everything. And for the record, guys, Jesus is God in the physical, okay? He is. And when he's up there in heaven, you see Yahuwah. You see him. You see Jesus. All I know is I want to go. All right, guys, I'm going to drop this link in the chat because this is a link to an archive that I thought was pretty interesting. You guys can go through it at your own leisure. It's a lot, but I think there's some nuggets in there. And one of the nuggets is, let me put a new tab up here and get my thing up. One of the nuggets that I found in a random video I was watching, I saw this picture come up. So I lensed the picture and found out it came from this 1885, I don't know, like some kind of history of the world type stuff. And supposedly it's settlers who were on their way into Arizona and come upon these structures. Like, yeah, okay. And it just happen to look like melted buildings. Where did I put that sucker? Where is that picture? Is it here? Let's see. I think it might be. Okay, yeah, here it is. Okay. Let me make it big. All right, let me show you guys what I got here. StreamYard. Okay. Screen share. Okay. Entire screen. I don't need any volume. maybe I should just put the volume on now anyway, because I'm going to do a video. All right, now that I hide this, now I don't have to do that extra step anymore. Thank God. It's working. Okay, let me go to my tab here. Where is it? Here, this right here. All right, can you see this? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see this. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't. Give me 1 sec, guys. Get to my live stream. Just make sure I have it. Okay, you can see it. Good. That's awesome. I thought I lowered my phone, but apparently I didn't. All right, so this picture here, if I can make it big. Why can't I make it big? All right, I'll just zoom in on. So these are early settlers moving in to Arizona. They're coming in and they're like, dude, what the fuck? What's all this? Okay. Why can't I just don't understand how I can't make it big. Is it this button here? What is it? Do I have to download it? Why is it just sitting here like this? Anyway, there's all these ruins right back here. You know, I mean, they don't look like Cliff Dweller Pueblo ruins or anything or whatever. They look like fucking melted buildings, obviously. And they're just ruined and sitting there right there in Arizona when they're strolling in. Oh, it must be from the, ancient indigenous people did this. No, they're telling you that there was ruins there and they look like buildings. Anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. Oh, that's the other ones of Curtis. Okay. All right, let's go over here. Facebook. Where is that story at I had up? Is it this one? No. Oh, it's this one here, maybe. Huh. What is all this? Make sure you guys can see it. All right, it's good. It's good. Oh. Mix of black and white pictures of palaces, buildings, people, streets, and monuments. 76 pictures. Let me see what the chat's saying here real quick. Oh, stop messing with me, Red Brick. Don't make me set my taser on Jackwagon. I'm just kidding. Cowboys and melted buildings. Yeah, that's good. All right, I don't know. I'm feeling like I want to look at these pictures, especially these ships right here. What is going on here? Got sailboats and some wannabe little Titanic boats back here. All built out marina thing here. Look at this. Look at this sea wall with them like their boats right up there. Who put all that in? I mean, that's right at street level there. I mean, that's quite a wall, sea wall there. Just saying. And then you got this guy here. What's he doing? Bringing in another shipload of people? I don't know where this is. All old world buildings though. Maybe they're just some fishers of men. What's it say down here? Hold on. I can't read it. Not sure what that says, but I think we gotta go this way with the pictures or this way. Let me see which way. Doesn't really matter. All right, I'll go this way. I think this is somewhere in Italy, possibly, with the aqueduct still there. Could be near Salerno, Italy, heading into Rome somewhere. So I know there's a good portion of one still around through the city, one of those cities. Okay, look at this, guys. Check this out. This is very interesting. Why did that just pop up on my thing? Jeez. Okay, see this row of buildings right here? This right here. These look like, just from this angle, okay? They look like, kind of like those mausoleums you see in cemeteries. It's just from that angle, though. I think just do. Anyway, yeah, look at that. Okay. I'm looking at this thing over here, though. What is that? Oh, my God. Wow. That looks like a pyramid. Sure does. Where does this say it is? Santa Teresa. And Gloria. Santa Teresa. What's this say down here? Rio de Janeiro. All right. Well, that's where we are. Maybe that's where they put that Christ thing at, right there on the top of that thing. That could be. I don't know. Isn't Rio de Janeiro, is that in France or is it South America? I think it's South America. I don't get out much, guys. Rio is in South America. Look at this Chumpy. This Chumpy's chumping out over here. Look at this sucker. Wow. Look at the cars. Holy crap. Those were the days, huh? Yeah, sucker. My goodness. They sure knew how to throw up buildings in the old world. Got some tech on top. Very interesting. So why would they have these things? They have a name, I know, but I don't know. There's these things sticking off here, right? Down each corner of the conical roof here. And you see it on cathedrals. You see it on, the World's Fair stuff and everything, on the domes and stuff like that. What is the purpose of these things? Is it so birds can sit on them and have something to sit on when they're up there? Is it, part of the tech? Seems to be part of the tech because it's always going up to these conical points where the tech is, okay? In my opinion, I think they lit up. Like we would string up, if you're going to string up lights on this thing, you would probably go up the corners like that, right? But see, these are self-illuminating buildings. So in my opinion, I feel like they lit up. Could I be wrong? Sure. Do I think I'm wrong? No. Because you know why? In the World's Fair, any World's Fair, it doesn't matter. You can look at the clearest pictures ever during the day. There are no light bulbs on those buildings, and there should be. So there must have been self-illuminating buildings, unless the query did not get the notification for the daytime photos for the AI to put in light bulbs. There's that. Okay, let me see here. I don't know if I really want to get into all of these pictures because I have so much we're going to cover tonight. Oh, I don't know. This one might be AI. Gotta watch with some of these pictures. I'm not sure. This is really, I don't know. What do you guys think? You think this is AI? Something about the carriages is throwing me off. That's why I feel that way. So these buildings, the way they are, right? They would have been covered or lined, how they pinstripe stuff? Gold. Everything would have had gold on it during the millennial reign, guys. Yeah. Yep. Like, see how there's an embellishment above the window here between these floors, between this floor and this floor, they got this, like design embellishment here. That would have been gold. Okay. Around these little pillars and arches would have been gold, framing out the windows. And so it was glorious. It was beautiful. Yep. Absolutely. Let me see. I gotta look at my phone. Data centers, yeah, sure. They're gonna melt down. This one right here with the arch is really nice. Look at this. Wow. A little extra here. What's going on? These buildings don't look new. I mean, they look like they've already been here a while. All right, I went the wrong way. Let's go back the other way. Ooh, I know what this is. Oh my gosh, look, there's a bell. What are they putting the bell up in here? Is this when they installed the bells in Cologne? I'm pretty sure this is Cologne Cathedral. Look at this freaking bell, guys. What? Are you kidding me right now? Well, that's crazy. That is just nuts. I would love to see how they move this thing and position it even for this, just to do this. Look at this light post right here. Okay, so you got people standing down here, and look at this glorious light post here. It's gorgeous. That is just gorgeous for a light post. Are you kidding me? Wow. All millennial reign. All millennial reign stuff. In my opinion, of course, that's what it is. I think they took all the gold down. I don't know what's up with this bell. Look at the brick road. All brick. Beautiful brick road. Wow, that's crazy. Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, look at this picture. I think this is in France, maybe? No, it's not France. Maybe it's Germany. I don't know. Look at this shit, guys. Wow. So now we got rid of horses, right? Isn't that convenient? We got rid of horses. I don't know the date on this, but it's got to be the early 1900s because look at the cars, okay? We know what the cars look like in the 20s and the 40s, and this is definitely the early, it's definitely maybe moving towards the 20s, but you're not at the 20s yet. Maybe 20, maybe it's like 1917 or 19, something like that. You still got a horse and carriage over here. But look at the streets, guys. Okay? There's no more muddy streets. And it ain't looking brick neither. It looks like it's asphalt. Like asphalt. Like they asphalted the streets by this time. Are you kidding me? Because I ain't never seen no pictures of any of that getting done. I'm just saying. Are these AI pictures? Once you give up the horses and the horse crap, you're going to have to get rid of your dirt, muddy roads, right? Somebody came along and asphalted all this. I mean, you tell me, does that look like asphalt or not? I've noticed this in other pictures too. Yeah, it looks like it could be AI. Wow. All right, let me see what's going on up here with this tech. What is all this? Okay, so you see how you see the bulbs sticking off of these letters here on the building? You can see them on the side. You can see them sticking off, right? That's what we should see all over the World's Fair. All over the World's Fair buildings, because you look at the bulbs that they use, that they made for the World's Fair, it would be along the lines of these type of size bulbs, okay? They're bulbous, they're big, they're not little LED lights. It's not one consecutive strip of lighting the way it looks in all the pictures. It's these, supposedly. But you don't see them during the day. Why not? I'm just saying, why not? So I see some really cool tech back here in the distance. And let's see over here. Hold on, I don't think they took a lot of it down. Turning shit into flagpoles. These stupid wires going back and forth here. That's weird. Hold on. So you're telling me that this thing up here is a telegraph line way up here on this building, and they're shooting wires and stuff back and forth from building to building to what? So this is how they communicate? Oh my God. Okay. What are these big tall towers down here? These huge ones. What are they? Are they like, what the heck? What is this? I don't even know what to make of this. I'm so confused. Let me see what you guys are saying here. All right. Hold on 1 second. I don't know what this is. Oh, I know what this is. I know what this is, guys. You know why? Because I covered it. That's why. It's the Galleria in Milano, Italy. It's the Galleria. It's the streets with the covers on them, with the real fancy stained glass cover domes on them and stuff. This is the Galleria. Yeah. Let's take a look. Hold on, let me move my mouse. This motherfucker. Jeez. Oh, look what I did. Do you see this? I minimized everything. Gosh, this is crazy. What is going on here? Ay. Oh my gosh, just stay. Stay. Come back. There it is. Galleria. Okay. Well, let me zoom in real slow here and read the bottom. What's it say? Oh, this thing is so touchy. I can't read that. It's too light. I can't see it. Hold on. My zoom is all zoomed out. There we go. Slide this sucker over and go like this. Okay, it says Milano. I'm correct. Okay, Galleria. Got it right. And then it says something like Emmanuel something or other. Probably the person taking the picture, I would say. Yeah, look how little the people are, guys. Yeah, look. Look. Yeah, look at that. It's crazy. Crazy. And this is in San Francisco. Kairos always covers this. This is the museum or a building of, I don't even know, fine arts or some shit like that. Anyway, we didn't build this stuff, obviously. This is Millennial Reign stuff, and they left this behind. They didn't destroy it. Obviously, this looks like it's either after the fair or before the fair. I'd have to say it's after the fair and they're done, because see, there's still no, that other building there is a part of it too. I don't know. Either they just found it and it looks like this, kind of swampy and needs to be upkeep, or it's over and they're getting ready to do something. I don't know. There it is. Oh, look at this. God, that's a huge building. Looks scary. What is it? Flooded? What is this? Water? What's going on here? Is this ground in front of it? Yeah, I guess it is. There's a car right there. Okay. Well, it looks like they got muddy roads on this one. And some cannons outside. That's a cannon. Okay, I guess we're defending the castle city we have here. Because you can fit a city in here. Look how huge it is. There's a couple of guys, I guess. One, oh, that's weird. One looks like he's down here. One looks like that could be a shadow. This guy's shadow, I guess. It looks there's something down here. I don't know what that is. I can't tell. But there's cannons there. I don't know who the hell they think they're firing at. Jesus Christmas. Cannons. Give me a break. You got cannons and you got cars like that and you're shooting cannons? Like what? Tech on top of the building, all crazy. Here we got carts and stuff. This street looks like it might still be dirt, but like a finer kind of dirt than what we're usually seeing in the streets, unless they haven't had rain in a long time. I don't know. Yeah, look, there's those telegraph things on the top of the building there. Look. Wow, that's ugly. It's not something that's good to look at, that's for sure. What is that? Did they just find this thing? Or are they just putting it up for like a World's Fair? What is it? We got a few workers. Dare I say 5 guys? Okay, 5 guys. Maybe 2 over here, stragglers. Not really doing much, as you can see. Straggling around. Doing what stragglers do. And boom, you have this thing. Wow. Okay. Uh-huh. I don't know what story is on this place, but it looks like they found it and they're cleaning it up to me. They got barn doors on the front of it. Look at this thing. What is these doors there like that for? Okay, I don't know. All right, I'm not going to go through all the pictures. You guys go to Shapu's. It's right here. Let's see here. Mountains are melted buildings Facebook page, and you'll find those pictures. You just put them up the other day. God, what is this? Oh, I can't get sucked into looking at it. Okay, so we got that. I'm going to show this to you guys real quick. Sue Finelli put this up. All right, let me know if you guys can hear this. I don't hear anything. Here's the volume right here. Look. Can you hear it? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear that. Put 2 in the chat if you can't. All right, cool. I think this is what Kairos filmed that one time, which is like the brick avalanche over there in San Francisco, near the Sutro Baths. Is that right, Sue? Is that correct? Definitely not how they presented it to us. Yeah, you got that right, Shapu. Shapu, you want to come on with me? I'll send you the link. Look at this, guys. They're trying to cover up this brick with that gunite stuff. It ain't working. Trees eating the brick, sucking it up inside. Look at this. You could just reach in there and pull a brick out. It's not seared in there. Nobody notices. Nobody cares. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. Definitely not. Yeah, okay. Yep. I think it's your past. Yes, yep, it is. Look at that, guys. Wow. This whole thing was a structure, no doubt. No doubt. This mountain that you would say, look at this mountain cliff thing here. It was a building every day of the week, even twice on Tuesdays, okay? We're going to be going to Ruby Falls, Tennessee in July to Lookout Mountain. Not wait. I may go live when I'm there. Hopefully it'll work out. Ruby Falls, Tennessee. Okay. So cool. If I was there, OMG. Like, so awesome. It's awesome to see how it's right there along the road. I mean, you're just driving right past this thing every day. You can see that they tried to cover it with something, some type of substance, okay? But it didn't work, and they didn't get it all, and they certainly don't give a fuck either, because it's right there. It's like anybody with half a brain can see that they're all brick, and that reasoning, deductive reasoning in Occam's razor tells you it was a building, okay? And then if we're not on a ball, then clearly theology, geography, fakeology crap that they try to push on us is bullshit. So what is everything? What is a mountain? A mountain of bricks? That's what it is. It's a mountain of fucking melted bricks. And bricks constitute structure. Miss you too. How do you message it? I miss you. Everybody misses you, Chapeau. Wow. I miss my wingman. You gotta be on the drops for me. You're doing drops right now. Yes, JV. That beautiful, beautiful brick. Even though it's covered up, it's still beautiful. It's always there, no matter where you go, no matter how far down you dig, you're going to find brick. Red motherfucking brick. Always hiding out somewhere. For party. Oh, what's that? Is that a stamper? It looks like a stamper. It had something on it. Yeah, Lookout Mountain will be really, really interesting. I'll try to bring up a video of the tour through there, like drone footage of the mountain. And guess what? Where you go into Ruby Falls is halfway up the melted building, and it's in a castle. It's a castle. An old world castle. It's great footage. Very steady and slow and not jerky or nothing. You did really good. If this is your actual footage you're sharing here, this is phenomenal. And I like that you don't say anything because it speaks for itself. I mean, literally, you don't have to say anything. Just look at it. Just look at it. Let it all sink in. Become one with the brick. You know what? God made us from the clay of the earth. So we are bricks. Yep, just keeps going. Just keeps going. Love to see it. And Melanie loves to see it. whole realm was made of brick. Now think about it, guys. You know how they say, have you ever heard, like, they talk about how, like, the animals are equipped for this world. They don't need shelter and they don't need clothes and their food is everywhere and all this stuff like that. And it seems like we are like square pegs in this place. We don't fit, like, as if we have to make these things and invent these things to protect ourselves because our bodies are so fragile and stuff like that, from the frigid cold, and have to, shoes on our feet to climb over stuff and walk long distances, and hot and cold, and all this stuff like that, because we don't have hides and all this stuff, whatever. I mean, some of us might have hides and a lot of hair, but I don't. Anyway, so why would it's like somebody just dropped us into the wilderness and is like, fend for yourselves? Or God created this realm with us in mind because we are his children, and guess what? He built it out. He created the whole realm. And the realm is a construct. It is constructed. We live in a construct, and it's made of brick, and it is water cooled. It is a water cooled etheric computing system that mirrors and connects us to heaven, as above, so below, as within, so without. And when you really get to this point in the research and you come through the flat earth thing and really not realizing that's real and figuring out how the system pretty much works and stuff, you really understand that statement, as above, so below, as within, so without. I didn't fully grasp it before, but now I do. Shawnee B's in the house. Welcome, Shawnee. Great stuff you've been putting out lately. We've been watching. Water the tree, of course. All right. We got a little bit further to go here. Yeah, he's literally on the shoulder of the road here. Curtis is working tonight, but he says hi to everybody, and he can't pop in because he's really busy, so he will not be around today. See, they want us to think that we came from caveman times and we were naked, and then, we had to kill animals to wear their skins and stuff, and oh my God, somebody invented fire one day, and suddenly, everybody knows about fire, and then, thousands of years later, they created the wheel, and another thousands of years later, they finally got to toilet paper, and that was first on my list, but hey, yeah, no, that's not the case. This realm was built out. And I think that it had to be done by the creator because there's just too much brick. There's too much stuff that's built out. And how far down does all this go? I mean, clay, the brick, I think like Alabama is nothing but clay here, red clay. And they use the red clay dirt for the diamonds in the baseball fields. They get it from here, from Alabama. It's just melted down brick turned now back to clay, right? But I think the realm was already set up. And it's like when you get a brand new cell phone. It's like clean. There's nothing in it. It's all ready to go. And then you get it, and then you start filling it with your stuff. Your apps and your this and that, profiles and all this other stuff like that. We got this place. It was all ready to go for us. And apparently this place has a cycle to it. Maybe it wasn't a cycle in the beginning, but somehow along the line they hit a speed bump and things might have went a little awry. Now we got a little hiccup in the system. We call it the short season of Satan. And you know what? Computing systems only last so long. I mean, this computer that I am on is not going to last forever. It's got a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it will break down one day and no longer work. But the internet connection will still be there, etherically, in the air somewhere. I won't be able to get it because my system will be baroque, okay, outdated and all this stuff. I'll need a new computer to connect to the new internet that's out there. So I'll have a new heaven and a new earth. You see what I'm saying? You following me? I don't know. Anyway, Just having some fun. Yeah, toilet paper. You would think it was a tough sell. They say it was hard to get people to use toilet paper. They were really happy with their leftover cobs from the corn that they ate and the shards of pottery and seashells. That's that's their narrative, not mine. I don't know. All right, so that was really good stuff. Let me see here. I got this one here. And this one. How long is this one? 12 minutes. All right, we're gonna watch this one real quick. Put the volume up. Make it big. Here we go.
Mountains on a remote island chain in the North Atlantic that looked nothing like mountains. Perfect corners, straight edges.
Did he say that these are mountains that look nothing like mountains? What could they be?
Symmetrical sides, and nobody is talking about them. The Faroe Islands sit between Iceland and Norway, north of Scotland, and one of the most isolated stretches of the Atlantic Ocean. Most people couldn't point to them on a map. But when you look closely at certain formations on these islands, you start asking questions that the official history of the place can't answer. We've spent the last few videos looking like Greenland's buried history, the lost Arctic civilization of Hyperborea, and an Antarctica that was once green and populated. Every time we pull on one thread, more unravels. The Faroe Islands are another thread worth pulling. Let me show you what I found. The first mountain is called Kyrvi, near the small village of Lopra. Look at it from above or from a distance, and something feels wrong. Mountains are asymmetrical. They're uneven. The surrounding hills in any natural landscape are irregular, chaotic, shaped by erosion and geological accident. But Kyrvi has well-defined corners, straight lines running down the left and right sides, what appears to be similarly sized faces. The second is called Vikartindur, near the town of Saxon. The top of this mountain appears to be a stepped pyramid, not a rounded summit, not a jagged peak, a stepped structure similar to those found in Mexico and South America.
Do you have a baby at home?
Oh my God.
Then you don't want to miss this. This is the Charmer Play Kit. It is perfect for your baby right now and will last for a long time.
Skip.
The third is Villingardalsfjall. If this is a pyramid, it would be the largest ever documented at 841 meters above sea level, over 2,700 feet. The landscape surrounding it also has an unusual quality that's hard to dismiss once you've seen it. The fourth is Bordarjanes Mountain, near the town of Klaksvik. It has two distinct pyramid-shaped caps sitting side by side, symmetrical, defined, unlike anything naturally occurring in the surrounding geography.
No way.
Now, these could all be geological coincidences. Certain rock formations do produce angular shapes, but there are about a dozen other hills on the Faroe Islands that show similar characteristics. At what point does coincidence stop being an explanation? And there's something else worth considering. A building doesn't need to be thousands of years old to become unrecognizable. Without maintenance, vegetation and soil can completely cover a structure in 10 to 15 years. If these were pyramids built centuries ago, overgrown with moss and grass and centuries of accumulated earth, they would look exactly like this. I'd really appreciate it if you took a moment to subscribe. We're over 12,000 subscribers now, and that genuinely amazes me. Every new subscriber helps this channel keep digging into forgotten corners of history. A like takes 2 seconds and helps more people find this content. Fasten your pants and let's continue. The ancient history of the Faroe Islands is almost completely blank. The oldest known document mentioning the islands is the 10th century Færeyinga saga, and only fragments of that survive. According to the saga, the first settler was a pagan man named Grimur Gamban. Grimur relates to grim, and Gamban is Gaelic for crooked. He fled from Harald Fairhair, the king of Norway. But recent archaeological finds suggest a mystery people were living on Faroe hundreds of years before the Vikings ever arrived. Other accounts say the first inhabitants were the Papar, a group of Irish monks. The island supposedly converted to Christianity around the year 1000. That's the official story. Simple, clean, tidy. But a 12th century book called The History of Norway describes something stranger. It says the islands around Norway were originally populated by two groups called the Pents and the Papes. The Pents were described as only slightly taller than pygmies, capable of miraculous building achievements. They reportedly constructed towns in the morning and evening, but hid in underground chambers at midday when their strength failed them. The Papes were described as dressing like priests, and the text notes that their books suggested they came from Africa and followed the Jewish faith. Jewish people from Africa hiding in underground chambers in the North Atlantic, building towns in the morning and evening. This is from a 12th century official historical record, not a myth. From earlier research on dwarfs in the Atlas Mountains, there are accounts of a now extinct race of small people who converted to various religions to avoid persecution. They practiced one faith publicly and another privately. The description in the History of Norway matches these accounts closely. Now, here's where the word origins become interesting. The Faroe Islands language, Faroese, is closely related to ancient German. Their second language is Danish. Old Icelandic and Faroese are essentially ancient Germanic dialects. Look at the mountain names. Girvi mountain could once have been called Kirkvi, which in ancient German means holy temple. Kirk still means church in Scottish, the closest major land to Faroe. The word kirfe in Frisian, the northern German dialect, means pickaxe. But temple fits more naturally when you're looking at a pyramid-shaped mountain that may have once been a structure. Vikatindur near Saxun.
Pyramid-shaped mountain that once may have been a structure. You love to hear it, don't you?
Saxun is almost certainly derived from Saxon, the Germanic people. Vigadin in ancient German could translate as holy temple. The town near Girvi is called Lopra, which in Faroese means run. In Frisian, the word for run is simply lop. The language connections are consistent and specific. Now look at the 1747 map showing Greenland, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands together. On this map, Greenland and Iceland are not shown as ice-covered. Where we today find ice, the map shows cities, cathedrals, castles, and fortresses. We covered this when we examined Greenland's hidden history. On that same map, the Faroe Islands are labeled Faroe. Where we today find the curvy pyramid formation, the map shows a town called Vag. In Icelandic, Vag means scale, and Eid means oath. In modern German, those exact words are Vage and Eid. The language didn't drift much. Where we find Villingardalsfall today, the old map shows an island called Vidro and a nearby town. Vidro is a Frisian word meaning again. The modern town name is Vidarevi, which Wikipedia claims means wood isthmus. The island today is called Vidøy, which in Danish is Videro, identical to Vidro. The modern explanation doesn't hold up.
Wait, she's putting on a bra.
No.
From the front.
Thank you.
I finally...
Up to the linguistic evidence. There's also the name Faroe itself. Apart from its obvious geographical resonance, the similarity between Faroe and Pharaoh, the Germanic spelling of Pharaoh, is hard to ignore when you're simultaneously looking at pyramid-shaped mountains on the same islands. Now, here's the bigger historical question. Why are there no pre-1700s maps showing Pharaoh as Pharaoh? Before 1700, maps consistently show an island in this location called Frisland, sometimes spelled Friesland, Frislanda, or Fixland. Wikipedia calls it a phantom island, an imaginary landmass that appeared on virtually all North Atlantic maps from the 1560s through the 1660s.
You're imagining things.
They label these maps imaginary. But a 1558 map by Nicola Zeno shows Frisland as a densely populated place, more active than any of the surrounding islands. These were working navigation charts, not decorative illustrations. Sailors used these maps to cross oceans. The argument made by some researchers is straightforward. Faroe and Frisland are the same place. Faroe are the remains of a larger landmass that was once called Frisland. A cataclysm reduced it to the smaller archipelago we see today. That's why pre-1700 maps show a different, larger Frisland where Faroe sits now. The land didn't disappear, it was flooded and reduced. We've seen this pattern repeatedly. Greenland's maps showed terrain that's now under ice. Antarctica's maps showed settlements and Greenland now buried under kilometers of ice. Hyperborea showed an Arctic continent that no longer appears on any modern map. Frisland becoming Faroe fits the same pattern of lands that were larger, more inhabited, and then dramatically transformed. The Frisian people, who gave their name to Frisland, had their own mythological tradition. Their leader was a figure called Forseti, also known as Fosite or Fosit. The name in ancient German simply means the leader. The modern German word for chairperson or leader is Vorsitzender, almost identical. Forseti's hall was called Glittner, meaning one who shines. It had pillars of gold and was roofed with silver, radiating light visible from great distances. If Frisland was the center of Frisian civilization, then this hall with its gold pillars and silver roof was located on what is today the Faroe Islands. Forseti was also said to have built temples as large as mountains, made from amber, copper.
Did you hear that? They made temples as large as mountains, right? What's a mountain? Well, it has no standardized geological meaning. So maybe they made buildings, maybe they made mountains of buildings that were to the heavens. You see what I'm saying? Now, let's just play that again real quick. You know how I get.
As large as mountains, made from amber, copper, as large. Forseti was also said to have built temples as large as mountains, made from amber, copper, silver, and gold. Temples as large as mountains, in a place where mountains look suspiciously like pyramids. Put a Faroese word for temple into a dictionary, and you get terms related to sacred or holy structures. Two of the pyramid mountains mentioned in this video have the sounds kid and tin in their names. Both of these sounds correspond to ancient Germanic words for temple or sacred structure. That may be coincidence, but it keeps coming up. There's one more connection worth noting. The Wikipedia page on the Frisian people links them to mentions in the English epic Beowulf and connects them to the Irish Fomorians, described as a race of giants who emerged from below the earth. Giants again. Underground dwellers again. We keep finding these same elements across disconnected cultures in this same North Atlantic region. There was drilling for oil and gas on the Faroe Islands near the town of Lopra throughout the 1980s and 1990s. Decades of drilling with no commercial success. That's an unusually long time to keep drilling without finding anything in a region that was expected to have resources. What exactly were they looking for, and what did they find? Island-to-island tunnels have been constructed throughout the Faroe Islands. Significant underground infrastructure exists, but there's no documentation connecting any of this construction to the pyramid formations or to any archaeological investigation of them. What can be said with reasonable confidence is this. The Faroe Islands sit on what historical maps consistently identified as a larger landmass. That landmass has the same characteristics we've seen elsewhere in the North Atlantic. Ancient maps showing it as inhabited and detailed, modern geography showing something reduced and changed, a history that starts late and leaves unexplained gaps, and physical formations that don't behave like natural geography.
Yes, there's tunnels that run under the ocean that connect these islands, I guess they said, in the temples and stuff. I'm not surprised, because this is the floodwaters that they're talking about. When the floodwaters came, yeah, they receded, but to a point. They didn't recede all the way, and they weren't meant to either.
Whether those formations are pyramids in the traditional sense, overgrown ancient structures, or something else entirely, the answer probably lies under centuries of moss, grass, and accumulated earth on those four mountainsides. The same melting that is slowly revealing what's under Greenland's ice,
It's funny that they say melting. I know they're talking about ice, but just to hear it is.
Ice loss that may one day show us what Antarctica was hiding might not be what reveals the Faroe Islands' past, but a few.
Yes, it's all structure. Yes. They know there's tunnels connecting, right? But it was one big building. Yes, the whole thing was a building. And let's be clear about that in case anybody's not following. They're connecting because, like all the underground tunnels that connect Europe with up into England and Scotland and stuff. All the countries are connected underground. There's all these tunnels. I don't know who built these tunnels and stuff. We've covered them on the show. Everything's connected because these are corridors. These buildings were massive and they were built to the heavens and they were all brick. Okay. Just saying.
Researchers with
Is that a windbreaker? Is that 2 windbreakers right there? Are we on Mauna Loa? I don't know. I'm just saying.
proper equipment, permission to access private land, and the willingness to look carefully at Kirvi, Vikartindur, Villingardos Fial, and
Exactly, Jamie. I'm not surprised that they all have these tunnels. And I think this is the next one we're going to watch. Here, I should just click on this one.
giant skeletons, populated towns, and a green fertile Antarctica on maps that sailors bet their lives on. After showing you how Greenland hides 500 years of history under ice, I kept digging into polar mysteries. What I found about Antarctica is even more disturbing. I found navigation charts from the 1570s showing something that shouldn't exist. Antarctica covered with town names. Lago de los, Sierra de Monadas, Malcosudo, real settlements marked on maps captains used to cross oceans. These weren't fantasy drawings. These were practical tools for survival at sea. But according to everything we learned in school, Antarctica has been frozen for millions of years and was only discovered in the 1800s. So either every navigator from the 1500s was lying on their working maps, or something massive happened that erased an entire continent from our history. Let me show you what I found. A 1570 map shows Terra del Fuego, which today is just a frozen southern tip of Argentina, as part of a much larger
Terra del Fuego is the name they have on Antarctica here. Okay. Terra del Fuego means land of fire. But yet it's ice, isn't it? It's not Terra del Iso. It's Terra del Fuego.
Antarctic landmass. The two continents were connected. You could walk straight from South America into Antarctica. No ice barrier, no frozen wasteland, just continuous land. Dutch navigator Willem Schouten published a book in 1619 with engravings from his voyage to southern Patagonia, which back then extended into what we now call Antarctica. One image shows humans examining a giant skeleton. The skull alone dwarfs the normal-sized people standing beside it. The same engraving shows birds larger than ships and penguins alongside what appears to be regular human activity. Another page shows a star fort in the same region. These geometric military structures appear worldwide in locations where mainstream history says they shouldn't exist. Where there are town names on maps, there are people. So who lived in Antarctica? The indigenous populations of Tierra del Fuego include groups called the Yagan, Selknam, and Haush. Historians treat them as separate tribes speaking unrelated languages, but when you actually look at their words, customs, and ceremonies, they're clearly connected. The Yagan language is labeled an isolate by academics, meaning it supposedly has zero connection to any other language on Earth, but the evidence suggests otherwise. Their word for flame is sola. In ancient European languages, sol means sun. The word for witch is Kaspix, from Kasper, an old German term. Their word for God is Wataineva, using ancient Germanic roots. The word for love is Kur, the same root in the English word cure. The word lutiamaka means to hollow out. In Old German, lut means to work clay. The word for cut is asokata, similar to Old German asokata, meaning this is how you cut it. The name Yagan itself comes from ancient German meaning to hunt, and hunting is exactly what they did. The Selknam people take their name from ancient German word for seal, an animal central to their mythology and survival. I want to thank you all so much. We've grown to over 9,000 subscribers, and that genuinely means the world to me. If you're new here and finding this interesting, I'd really appreciate it if you could subscribe. Your support helps us keep uncovering these forgotten pieces of history. And if you have a moment, a like would be amazing. Fasten your pants and let's continue. The Selknam held initiation ceremonies called Hain, a word from Old German meaning sacred places and sites of sacrifice. During these rituals, they wore long pointed masks and painted their bodies to represent beings from other realms. Their primary deity was Temaugel, meaning the Maker El.
Gee, that looks
The
like
goddess
a
of the
demon with
underworld
lines on
was
them.
Halpen, from Alpen, the German word for mountains. According to their creation stories, ancestral beings called the Hauen shaped the earth and waters. These beings were sent from beyond the celestial dome in the sky. The Hausch people got their name from the German word Haus, meaning house. The Jagen were also called the Hauen, shaped creation stories.
Oh, yeah. I went past that. Look at this guy. When I saw this guy in the middle, I thought, why does he look like he reminds me of the bricks? Is this one of the gods that came down and shaped the earth with brick? I'm just saying. He reminds me of a wall of brick. This guy.
The underworld was Halpen, from Alpen, the German word for mountains. According to their creation stories, ancestral beings called the Hauen shaped the earth and waters. These beings were sent from beyond the celestial dome in the sky. The Hausch people got their name from the German word Haus, meaning house. The Jagen were also called Yamana, ancient German for the men of God. One researcher noted that Hausch has no meaning in the Selknam language, but in Jagen, Hausch means kelp. But there's a simpler explanation. These groups spoke related dialects of the same language family. The Jagen were also called Yamana, which is ancient German for the men of God, Ya-mana.
Yeah.
The Hausch called themselves Monakank, which has the same meaning. The Jagen, Selknam, and Hausch were the same people, sharing customs and similar languages. Captain James Cook encountered the Hausch in 1769 and wrote they were perhaps as miserable a set of people as are this day upon earth. Charles Darwin visited Tierra del Fuego in 1832 aboard the HMS
Rolls off
Beagle.
your tongue.
He noted the Hausch resembled
I wanted to show you guys that. Look, he arrived on the. Let me see if it's.
visited Tierra del Fuego in 1832.
In 1832, he arrived aboard the HMS Beagle. I thought that was funny. Anybody here who knows what I know probably thinks it's funny too.
Aboard the HMS Beagle. He noted the Hausch resembled the Patagonians he'd seen earlier, but were living as what he called stunted, miserable wretches. But consider this contradiction. The merchant Amerigo Vespucci, the man America is named after, sailed to the Antarctic region in the late 1400s and early 1500s. He wrote detailed accounts of what he found, a vast, fertile land with more animals than Africa, people living in enormous buildings capable of housing thousands. Yet when Cook and Darwin arrived just a few centuries later, those same populations were living almost naked in wooden huts that burned easily during constant tribal warfare. What happened between Vespucci's time and theirs? Old maps show indigenous people in the region as white-skinned. Early drawings from South America in the 1500s consistently show white natives. Travelers in the 1800s found the indigenous people of Tierra del Fuego had become darker over generations. One map shows Antarctic Tierra del Fuego separated from South America by the Magellan River. The Strait of Magellan is the waterway that still separates South America from Tierra del Fuego today. The drawing is made from the Antarctic perspective, showing the place as fertile, warm, and populated. Today, Tierra del Fuego is freezing cold. The map shows unusual town names with what feels like a pre-flood character. Places called Draconis. There's a mix of languages. The Erste Enge, which is German for the first narrow. Dutch-sounding places like Groot Wal, meaning big whale, and Verbeek. A Jewish-sounding place called Abraham. Several Spanish labels. This clearly points to a borderless world where anyone could travel and claim land. According to Selknam tradition, humans were created by a being called El Lal. Anyone familiar with ancient linguistics will recognize that name immediately. It connects to creator deity patterns across multiple supposedly unconnected cultures. The last surviving Selknam were captured in the 1800s and displayed as animals in zoos across Europe. The Germans who paid to view them had no idea they were looking at their own distant genetic relatives. When European explorers first arrived after what records describe as a cataclysmic period, they found tribes in constant warfare. Most people lived.
So they arrive after a cataclysmic event. And who knows how long after they arrived? Could have been 50 years, could have been 100 years later. There's already seems to be a generation or two of people who've grown up and lost the language, lost the technology, lost any customs or anything. And now they're just like kind of back to, living in mud huts and savage kind of living, you would say, I guess, hunter-gatherer kind of thing. Like these are like the cavemen that they're talking about, They didn't know how to do anything, invent anything, nothing. Everything was lost to them, and they had to start over, and everything was just, they didn't even really have a language.
In wooden huts that could be burned down easily, leaving naked populations without shelter. The natives reportedly traded their daughters to European arrivals in exchange for food. They seemed like survivors of collective trauma. Yeah. Multiple accounts describe widespread cannibalism. Drawings from the 1400s to 1600s show disturbing patterns. Red-haired people who look nearly identical. Does that point towards severe inbreeding in isolated populations? Historical accounts describe these people as exceptionally well-built, muscular, and reaching ages around 150 years. Why were they in such a terrible state when Europeans found them? The most logical explanation is their civilization was destroyed. They were collectively traumatized and descended into chaos. Both travelers and modern anthropologists have accused the Yagan and Selknam of cannibalism. Interestingly, their own mythology casts cannibal giants as the villains. The Yagan have extensive cosmological myths, including stories of a great flood. Anthropologists have collected over 60 separate Yagan oral traditions mentioning the Great Flood. This event was clearly of massive importance to them. Something catastrophic happened. Something that changed the climate, froze Antarctica, and left surviving populations struggling in primitive conditions. According to ancient accounts, Antarctica may have been the legendary land of giants. Stories say these giants were offspring of forbidden unions between fallen angels and humans, and they were eliminated in a flood. Maybe that's why their continent froze. Most giants, especially in older accounts, were hostile to humans. They enslaved them. They ate them. Perhaps the cannibalism seen in later human populations was learned behavior, mimicking what they'd witnessed or experienced from the giants. The timeline gets complicated. This was happening in the early 1500s based on the maps and accounts. There must have been multiple progressive floods that gradually changed Earth's climate and buried Antarctica under ice.
Multiple floods means multiple X-factor events, in my opinion. What is bringing the flood on? I think the flood is something that comes in like a sprinkler system. 40 days of rain and things cool off. Okay, I think that the flood is the end result of this catastrophe that's taken place. It comes in cycles and it comes in stages. There's the beginning part of whatever's happening with this X factor event, and the middle, and then what makes it all stop. Mid drip is, I think, the sprinkler system goes off, and then it starts again. You know what I mean? So these floods, these X factor events are cyclical in nature, and I think that they are what I call God's judgment. So, you'd have a short season of Satan, you'd have a millennial reign, you'd have a short season of Satan, you have a millennial reign, and then you have the final short season of Satan, which we're in now. But between each of those yugas or Kali yugas or whatever you want to call them, there's a judgment each time. And if your civilization's living well and in union and gratitude and love and all this positivity and doing the right thing, like a millennial reign 1,000-year cycle is, that part of it, the judgment comes, it's not that bad. It's not severe. But when you're leaving a short season of Satan and about to go into a millennial reign, 1,000 years of peace. That judgment right there, we're talking Sodom and Gomorrah kind of shit going on, okay? And look at what's going on now in the world. I mean, this is the final judgment, which is, after this, the new heaven and a new earth. And the people who are living in righteousness and in truth, who love the truth, will not be under the strong delusion and will go to the new heaven and the new earth. Okay. That is a brand new cell phone we're going to have. Okay. Total connection back and forth to heaven. We can be here on earth and have our experiences. We can go back whenever we want. We can astral travel. You don't go fly on a plane no more and stand in security. You can astral travel. Okay. It's pretty fucking awesome because your cell phone's working, your connection's up and running, and you are connected. Okay. Here, everything's Baroque. And I think what's happening is we're going to see hell on earth, okay? Men's hearts will fail them for what they see come upon the earth. And, who knows? All of us could die horrible deaths from all this craziness, but it doesn't matter because as soon as that moment comes when you leave your body, you go right into heaven, okay? It's like it's seamless and it's awesome and, you won't even remember none of this. However, the people that are left here, the separation of the wheat and the tares will stay here. And this hell on earth, I believe, I don't have proof of this, but I feel like it may work like this, that they stay here in this old earth framework construct becomes another new level to hell. There's 9 circles of hell. And they're trying to bring hell on earth right now. And I think when we leave this realm, when we leave this construct and get out of here, because nobody gets out alive, guys. Okay, you're not going to be like Enoch and get right up from heaven and just you get a whole new body when you go to the new earth. I mean, I'm sure everybody here would want a whole new body, right? I would like getting a brand new car. You can drive your old clunker, or you can get a brand new clinker with some NOS and turbo and stuff. Anyway. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing to fear. There's no fear. Fear not as you walk through the valley of death. And when they bring out the guillotines, push your way to the front of the fucking line. I don't know if anybody sits around and ponders death and thinks about how they would react to a life or death consequence. Like either you deny Jesus and start sucking Satan's banana, or you're going to die. Well, I'm okay with it. So let's go. They're like, what's wrong with this girl? We can't hold death as leverage over her. That's what they do. They don't let us know and tell us about what really happens after. They don't tell us what we're on. They don't tell us, what this place looks like and what it's really, how it all works. They don't tell us the true nature of our reality and what we're doing here and our true nature ourselves. They keep us that hidden from us, how special and powerful and awesome we are. So we fear death. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I might miss something. You ain't going to miss shit. You're going to be in heaven. Okay. And this place is over. So if you want to stay here, it's not going to be good for the people who get left behind here and who did not love the truth, who are under the strong delusion. Those people are not going to the new earth, okay? They can't survive in that frequency. Sorry, my cat just came in and pushed the door wide open. What's up, Curtis? It's Curtis the kitty. Curtis the hubby is at work tonight. Anyway, that's how I feel about that. You can disagree. I'm totally okay with it. If you don't see it this way, I am totally okay with it. You don't have to agree with me. I am just letting you guys know where I'm at. Okay. And it's all right if you're not there. Okay. I don't force my views on anybody. And if, I'm just putting that out there because people have, acted and said things like, as if it's my way or the highway, you got to hit the road.
A 1507 map shows North America almost completely underwater except for the Rocky Mountains. Earlier maps don't show this level of flooding.
Now that's really
Something was happening in stages.
Yes.
Underwater, except for...
So North America here is barely on the map. It's still pretty much submerged. And then he goes on to say, whatever's happening here seems to be happening in stages. And he rattles off the dates. That's interesting, guys, because I feel like these X Factor events God's judgments are cyclical. And that would seem like it's happening in stages. If you're not looking at it from the lens of meltology and this X factor event and that these are judgments, okay? You might think it's one big event that's taking its time, happening over time. Okay, maybe it could be. However, knowing what we know about the short season of Satan and, these millennial reigns and stuff, and I could definitely see that there's been more than one event for sure. And this type of stuff here, this research confirms what I know. It's not like I know it because I heard it here. I've come to this conclusion already. And I've been saying it for a while now. I haven't really delved into the whole concept of, okay, now this over here, I think is from maybe the first event, this melt right here. And this over here, it would be a later event. Okay. I can see some of that. And you can tell when there was a severe judgment. And you can tell also when there was a not so severe judgment that came. Maybe shit looks all good and everything's intact, but it's Baroque. But over here, you got the Grand Canyon. Okay, what happened there? That might have been the first event. Or, like Petra or Turkey, that kind of stuff. But then you have buildings in Turkey and these cities in different cities that look just like the cities the buildings in Paris and all this stuff like that. Like Paris would be like Paris and all these cities, with Capitol buildings and the cathedrals, they're from the millennial reign. Okay, so when we came to that judgment, when that ended, all these buildings pretty much survived. They didn't all melt down. They're still here. They just don't work anymore. So that's pretty good. At least the whole thing didn't fry out again. It's just that everything's Baroque. So now you still have things to live in and everything's good. You're not going to lose everything like those people who lost their whole culture and everything was, ruined and they wound up being savages running around naked, eating each other. Okay. No, we still have and retain everything. It's just that now we have to use fire to heat our houses and we have to use these wires to connect us to talk to each other and stuff. And, we have to use horse and carriage instead of what they were using to drive dentistry. You can tell that we have the infrastructure, but it's down. It's not working. That's why it seems like we don't match the architecture. The architecture, there's technology that we don't know how to operate. And, they're trying to figure stuff out and back engineer it and give it a narrative and say that we invented all this stuff and we built all this stuff. Because you have to explain what it's all doing here. You can't tell people it's from a millennial reign. These buildings are glorious. Even just the average little Main Street, little town in America buildings are gorgeous. Okay. Extra brickwork everywhere. Why? Why would you do that if you're struggling and just starting out and settling in town? And like I said, this is how I make it make sense. And I like to lay it out and give it to you guys when I tell you this stuff, how I'm making it make sense to me. And maybe it'll make sense to you. I've done the research and this is where it's led me to a conclusion. Okay. If it doesn't lead you there, that's fine too. I'm okay with it. So we're going to move on now.
The Rocky Mountains. Earlier maps don't show this level of flooding. Something was happening in stages. News service Reuters called this 1507 map a puzzle for researchers because it names America and accurately shows South America plus an ocean beyond, which according to accepted timelines, it shouldn't.
Right.
The same map shows a pyramid capstone at the North Pole.
Isn't that interesting?
The evidence points to several catastrophic events, perhaps one around 1250, another.
The evidence points to several catastrophic events, and I do agree with that. And I'm not even looking at their maps. I'm just looking around, taking it in for all these years, okay? And, when you studied the melt for, I don't know, since 2019, that's 7 years ago, you draw these conclusions and then they, you get the framework of what you conclude. And then as evidence presents itself, as you go along, as you open yourself up to this topic and see things in a more clearer lens as you're going along, because this is all new to us guys. Okay, we're teaching ourselves and trying to teach everybody else what's going on here, laying the framework for this field of study that we call meltology. Because nothing is what we've been told. And I could definitely see multiple events taking place here. How many? I don't know. It could be 5. events, and we're at the fifth one. We're at the fifth cycle, you know, or it could be 4 events. It could be 6 events. I don't know. But I know for me that we're at the last event. Okay. So it doesn't really matter how many came before. We're not there. We're here. And this one is the one that really counts, because there ain't no do-overs here. There's no takeover. They're going to rename everything and everything's going to be happy, happy, joy, joy again. No, this is it. And it ain't going to get any better. It's only going to get worse. So you don't want to be here when that happens. You want to be at the new earth. Okay. Just saying. Here we go.
In the 1500s, another in the 1700s. Progressive disasters that gradually transformed the Earth. Just like Greenland went from green to frozen, Antarctica went from fertile to buried under ice. The pattern is clear. Our world experienced dramatic climate shifts far more recently than we're told. When you look at academic treatments of ancient history, you find primitive hunter-gatherers and an ice age that supposedly began 2.4 million years ago. When you look at old maps, explorer accounts, and indigenous oral traditions, you find something completely different. Advanced structures, catastrophic floods, civilizations that rose and fell in cycles. The linguistic connections between the Yaghan, Selknam, and ancient Germanic languages suggest a much more interconnected ancient world than we're taught. A world where Antarctica was green, fertile, and populated. A world that was destroyed. In the next video, I'm going to show you something even more shocking. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss part 2. Greenland appears completely flat.
I think we watched this one already. Is this the one we watched earlier? I don't know. I think we watched this one maybe last time on the show or something. All right. So anyway, Ink of the Past. That's the name of this channel that's been putting this stuff out. I haven't looked at all their stuff. They got Pompeii on here. I bet that's really good. What's this, Santorini? Oh, we should watch this. Oh my gosh, this is so awesome. Anyway, I'm going to drop the link for you guys. You know me and volcanoes. Excuse me, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Let me get back here. They got Pompeii. They got volcanoes. Jeez, we're going to have to look at that. Let's go to StreamYard. Okay, what time is it? 10? Okay. Doing good. Paste. All right, there you guys go. You can check it out, his stuff, whenever you want. And hold on a second, turn the camera off for a minute. Let me see here. Let's go back over here. Okay, Dean sent me this. You guys got to see this. You know, all the craziness going on in the world and stuff. All right, listen to this, guys. This is so funny. I don't know if I can make it bigger.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me.
Oh, we've only got one cup.
Ta-ta!
So I guess get him in the car.
One cup, look. They even broke.
Isn't that funny? That was so funny. Thanks, Dean. All right, guys, we're going to check this out here. I'll stop along the way.
If you're a woman expert between the ages of 40 and 70 and you have a message that you know could benefit the world in a huge way, here's a woman in her mid-60s that has now reached over 15 million people that never would have heard of her using the exact same structure in every...
All right, sorry about that, guys. Yikes. Where am I? I better put my glasses back on here. I'm lost. Okay. Melted ancient ruins. This is what we're looking at here. I'm going to back it up. Stop. Here we go.
From the deserts of Egypt to the mountains of Peru and the ruins of Mesopotamia, there are sites that seem to preserve evidence of something almost impossible. Stone that looks melted, fused, vitrified, or warped by extreme...
Did he say melted? He sure did. Warped by extreme heat. Holy crap. I think we've been saying that this whole time.
heat. These are not ordinary ruins, shaped only by time, erosion, or collapse. In many of these places, the damage appears far more dramatic, as if entire monuments were exposed to temperatures so intense that rock itself began to soften, flow, and harden again. Vitrified forts of Scotland. 250 years ago, deep in the Scottish Highlands, a simple walk turned into one of the strangest discoveries in archaeological history. A man named John Williams was hiking across the rugged terrain when something unusual caught his eye. At the top of a hill known as Tapo North, an ancient fort stood silhouetted against the sky, but it didn't look like ordinary stone. It shimmered. It reflected light in a way that natural rock simply shouldn't. The walls of the fort were not just broken or weathered, they were melted. Stones had fused together into a glass-like
melted
mass, as if they had once been liquid and then cooled into solid form. Entire sections of the structure looked like blackened glass rather than rock. This was not erosion, not collapse, but transformation. The fort, built more than 2,000 years earlier during the Iron Age, had been exposed to temperatures so extreme that the stone itself had partially liquefied. And yet, Scotland has no volcanoes. No natural process in that region could explain such heat. Across Scotland, there were more than 70 similar forts. Across Europe, over 150. All shared the same impossible feature: walls turned to glass by intense heat. The question was no longer just what happened at Tapo North. The question was, what had happened across an entire continent? The scientific implications were staggering. To vitrify stone, to melt it and turn it into a glass-like substance, requires temperatures of around 1,200 degrees Celsius. Today, such heat requires controlled industrial furnaces, but in 500 BCE, the most advanced heat source available was a blacksmith's forge, and even that fell far short of the temperatures needed. Open fires, even under ideal conditions, rarely exceed 1,000 degrees and only briefly. Yet the evidence at these forts shows sustained, intense heat applied high up in the walls, not just at ground level where fires burn hottest. In the 18th century, theories ranged from lightning strikes to volcanic activity and even mythical creatures. But by 1780, the Royal Society of Edinburgh reached a crucial conclusion. The vitrification was not natural, it was artificial. Humans had somehow done this. Attempts to recreate the phenomenon only deepened the mystery. In 1980, archaeologist Ian Ralston conducted an experiment, building a replica wall using Iron Age techniques. Timber was piled against it and set ablaze, creating a massive fire that burned continuously for 22 hours. The result was underwhelming. The temperature reached only about 800 degrees Celsius, far below what was needed. The stones showed signs of heating, but no true vitrification. The conclusion was unavoidable. Simple burning of timber could not account for what had happened in these ancient forts. Further excavations revealed something even more intriguing. Beneath the vitrified layers, archaeologists found evidence of earlier untouched construction, normal stone walls, timber post holes, and traditional fortifications. The patterns of vitrification added another layer of complexity. The melting often began high within the walls and spread downward, primarily affecting the interior rather than the exterior. If enemies had attacked these forts with fire, the outer walls should show the most damage. Instead, the opposite was true. The heat appeared to originate from within, concentrated around internal structures. This was not random destruction. It was controlled, targeted, and repeated across dozens of sites. Many theories have been proposed.
Hi, there is Dr. Chad Walding, co-founder of Native Path. We look at collagen differently than other supplement companies.
Lightning, despite its extreme temperature, leaves distinctive glass tubes known as fulgurites, none of which are found in these forts. Incendiary substances like Greek fire, came far too late in history and still may not have reached the necessary temperatures. Even more fantastical ideas like dragons fail when confronted with the physical evidence. The vitrification does not match an external attack from above. It begins inside the walls. Despite centuries of study, the vitrified forts of Scotland remain one of archaeology's greatest enigmas. The Black Pyramid. South of Saqqara, directly east of the bent pyramid of Sneferu, stands the Black Pyramid of Dashur, a structure unlike any other monument of the Old Kingdom, not only because of its unusual appearance, but because of the questions it raises about its engineering, purpose, and the cause of its destruction. It was once encased in fine white limestone like other pyramids, yet today it appears dark, collapsed, and almost melted into the desert. The name Black Pyramid comes from this ruined state, where the exposed mud brick core and fractured stone give it a charred, shadowy look. Originally, the pyramid would have been a brilliant white landmark dominating the Dashur Plateau, reflecting sunlight. Yet it appears that some kind of unexplained cataclysmic event completely melted it and reduced it to half its original size. According to this alternative theory, the pyramid's darkened material and fractured core are not simply the result of erosion or collapse. Instead, they argue that extreme heat, possibly from a catastrophic event, altered the structure's material.
Boom, baby. Look at that. Extreme heat. You're seeing the core of the building. And just the core alone, look at all that brick. Okay? That's massive. Now you fill in all this empty space to continue to make a pyramid here with brick. Okay? And then when you look at it from above, it looks like a giant fucking microchip. It's all melted out all the way around it. It's like, are you kidding me?
At a molecular level. In this view, parts of the pyramid appear almost vitrified, as if exposed to temperatures far beyond those produced by ordinary fires.
Got that right.
Supporters of the melting hypothesis point to the unusual texture of the debris surrounding the pyramid.
Look at it, guys. It's all brick. They're not giant stones. They're brick.
Certain fragments appear warped or fused together in ways that do not resemble standard.
Go back a little bit and just look at it from above there real quick, because they only flash on it. Oh, they show you what it's supposed to look like here, so that's cool. But let's look at it right here.
Supporters of the melting hypothesis point to the unusual texture of the debris surrounding the pyramid. Certain fragments appear warped or...
Right there, okay? Look at that. It's a muffed up motherboard section right here. It's all muffed up. Melted and muffed up.
Or fused together in ways that do not resemble standard structural failure. They argue that simple gravitational collapse would have produced cleaner breaks and more uniform rubble. Instead, the remains do not resemble standard structural failure. They argue that simple gravity...
So they're saying that this is what it looked like, supposedly. I'm sure it looked way better than this little freaking depiction here. With all this sand behind it, it was a component for sure.
Gravitational collapse would have produced cleaner breaks and more uniform rubble. Instead, the remains look chaotic, compressed, and in places strangely sintered, suggesting intense thermal stress.
Did you hear that, Shampoo? Strangely sintered? Is that what he said? I got to put the closed captioning on because we were talking about sintering and the grain growth. I'm just saying, let me put on closed caption and see what this guy's saying here. Intense thermal stress.
Intense thermal stress. This interpretation often extends into broader theory.
Look at that right there. Wow. Just look at it. That is insane.
Theories of prehistoric...
Maybe first event, maybe second. I think first event, though. I'm just saying.
Cataclysms affecting Egypt at the end of a forgotten epoch. Proponents suggest the Black Pyramid may preserve physical evidence of a destructive event involving heat, pressure, and possibly water.
See, it's right there. He just said it. Heat, pressure, and possibly water. See, the heat comes first. Things are melting down and crystallizing from the heat and the pressure, and the cooling, which comes later, the water at the end, which cools everything off, and that's when you get the crystallization as well. And we find crystals too. So there it is right there. A destructive event involving heat, pressure, and possibly water. And the water comes in on the end. It floods everything out. It moves stuff around. Building ash, all this other junk's just getting sedimented, whatever you want to say, just dropped off in all different places. I'm just saying it's right there. Look at it. Heat, pressure, and possibly water.
They believe that internal temperatures could have risen dramatically, perhaps due to chemical reactions, sealed chambers, or unknown processes taking place inside. In this scenario, the monument predates its conventional dating and was already ancient when later dynasties encountered it. Its ruined condition...
That's why I'm saying, like, first event, it was already here, it was already damaged and muffed up, and, God, look at this thing. It's such a component. It is so muffed up, melted. It's just crazy. It looks exactly like what you would see on a motherboard or a melted, like, microchip or something.
Would then be the result of forces far beyond the engineering errors described by mainstream archaeology.
All right, so here's the deal.
Oh,
National
boy.
Concealed Carry Reciprocity is about to change everything.
It means if you have a permit, it could be valid in all 50.
The melted stairs. In the deserts of Egypt, inside the Hathor Temple at Dendera, a place famous for the mysterious electric light bulb carvings, which many believe are evidence of ancient electrical technology, there's an even stranger mystery. At one section of the temple, we can see these stairs that appear to be melted, giving them an almost surreal look against the backdrop of meticulously carved hieroglyphs and imposing columns. The stairs, with their surfaces seemingly softened and flowing like wax under intense heat, have led to many theories regarding the nature and cause of this peculiar phenomenon.
You love to hear it, don't you guys? Melted by the fervent heat. Who's carving melted steps?
Suggest that the melting of the stairs is the result of a deliberate act, perhaps utilizing a technology or method of construction that is lost to us today. This theory leans on the assumption that the ancients had access to knowledge or technology that could apply such intense heat to stone, reshaping it without destroying the surrounding structures. Among the more intriguing hypotheses is the idea that the stairs were intentionally altered using a form of ancient chemical manipulation.
Bullshit.
This would involve applying a substance that softened the stone, allowing it to be molded or reshaped before hardening once again. Such a technique would suggest the ancient Egyptians had a revolutionary insight into chemistry. Skeptics and proponents of more conventional explanations argue that the melting is not melting at all, but a deformation resulting from wear and tear from centuries of use, combined with erosion from environmental factors.
Excuse.
The steps, being part of a pathway for countless pilgrims, priests, and visitors over the ages, could have simply been worn down in a manner that, to the modern observer, appears as if the stone had melted. Despite these various theories, no single explanation has universally satisfied the curious and scholarly alike. The city of Sodom. According to Genesis chapter 19, 27, 40, Sodom and Gomorrah were two ancient cities destroyed by God for their wickedness and sin. In the story, God sends two angels to destroy the cities, choosing only to save a righteous man named Lot and his family. As Lot and his family flee to safety, the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah is hellacious. Like the story of the Great Flood, the Bible's account of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah was long seen not as a historical record, but as a religious teaching about God's anger provoked by human sin. In 2006, this opinion would begin to change, thanks to incredible findings at the ancient city of Tal el-Hammam. During the Bronze Age, Tal el-Hammam was the largest city in the Jordan Valley region. At its peak, it was some 10 times larger than Jerusalem. Given its historical importance, archaeologists in modern times have long been interested in the site. But it was not until 2006 that an archaeologist named Stephen Collins would uncover something truly astonishing, something which would change the perception of the site forever. That year, Collins and his team began excavating deep into the earth, all the way to a geographic layer corresponding to a time period around 1650 BCE. There, they would find a 5-foot deep layer of soot, which shockingly contained burned fragments of human bones, melted mud brick, and other building materials. As well.
What did he just say? Hold on, let me put on the closed caption and rewind. What did he find?
That year, Collins and his team began excavating deep into the earth.
Deep deep into the earth, okay? It's not on the surface. It's not just a little bit below. I'm sure it's obviously more than 6 feet. Deep, okay? Deep into the earth.
All the way to a geographic
All the way to a geographic layer.
Corresponding to a time period
1650 BCE, supposedly, but I don't even know if you could go by their freaking shit. But it's deep, okay? They're telling us it's deep in the earth.
Around 1650 BCE. There, they would find a 5-foot deep layer of soot, which shockingly contained burned fragments of human bones, melted mud brick.
Okay. So, yeah, deep down, they found a layer of an event that already took place, it seems. You know, that this Sodom could have been another event on top of it because they're deep down where this 5-foot layer is, okay? But you got all these other stuff that are above ground that are still melted buildings too. So I'm just saying this is very interesting, the verbiage being used here.
And other building materials, as well as most inexplicably, pottery shards melted into a glass with a curious green glaze. When Collins sent this strange green glass to a lab for analysis, the results showed that the pottery had been melted by some sort of super intense heat, which had lasted a
melted. You love to hear it.
Short period of time.
Newborn parents, this is what you need for wake windows. You want the looker play kit as soon.
No, I don't.
But what, Collins wondered, could have generated this heat? It went
Yes, what indeed?
far beyond anything technology at the time could produce. As research continued, Collins and his team found something else which baffled them. Beneath the layer of soot and melted material, there was evidence for human habitation at the site stretching back for thousands of years. But above it, evidence showed that the site had been abandoned by humans for some 700 years. Why? These questions led to a monumental research project, which brought together 21 different scientists and took over 15 years to complete. In 2021, these scientists finally published the results of their research in the prestigious Nature Scientific Reports journal. When they did, their conclusions stunned the scientific and biblical world. First, they determined that the cause of the melted mud bricks, burned bone fragments, and glazed green glass could not have been warfare, fire, or volcanic eruption, which would not have generated enough heat to create these effects. This led researchers to believe that the cause must have been an asteroid or comet, and yet there was no crater at the site indicating the impact of such a space rock. This left only one shocking conclusion. According to researchers, the event must have been caused by something called a cosmic airburst, which takes place when an asteroid or comet traveling through the atmosphere at high speeds explodes above the Earth.
I don't think so.
They looked to an event which had taken place in Tunguska, Siberia in 1908 as a reference point. That year, an asteroid 180 feet in diameter entered the Earth's atmosphere, traveling at 34,000 miles per hour, and exploded above the remote Tunguska landscape.
How do you
The results
they know that it was traveling 134,000 miles an hour? Who gave them that info? Who was around to clock this fucking asteroid coming in and saying it's 100,000, whatever the fuck he just said? Are you kidding me? Okay. So yeah, they run out of possibilities and theories very quickly when it comes to the melt. Okay, it's either going to have to be some ancient weapon, some volcano, some crazy war that had happened, or obviously some kind of celestial outside of like it from something coming in from space that did it. There's no volcanoes, can't be that, you know, it can't be this, can't be that. But it can't be friggin' anything from space because space don't exist. They're leaving out the one conclusion that they should come to is that Yah did it, Yahuwah, okay? It's his judgment. So it must have been from God, not outer space, clearly. I'm just saying. Okay.
were off the charts. An explosion equivalent to 1,000 nuclear bombs, which flattened nearly 1,000 square miles of forest. As dramatic as the Tunguska event was, researchers believed that what had happened in Tall El Hammam had been even more powerful. Over 15 years of study, they had not only further examined the incredible effects Collins noted in his initial excavation, but had discovered other astonishing characteristics.
Really?
They found tiny sand grains containing cracks indicating a high-pressure event. According to researchers, that means there were incredible pressures involved to shock the quartz crystals. Quartz is one of the hardest minerals. In other words, it was not just intense heat at Tall El Hammam, but incredible pressures as well.
Heat and pressure.
More bizarrely, they found unusual
heat and pressure.
High concentrations of salt in the same layer of Earth where the destruction was found, at least 4% and up to 25% in places. Researchers believed this could have been caused by the impact of their cosmic airburst partially hitting the saltwater Dead Sea and throwing salt up into the air, redistributing it across the area. As this salt entered the soil, it would have prevented crops from growing for many years, explaining Collins's finding that the area had been abandoned for 700 years after the event. Altogether, the evidence led researchers to piece together an incredible scenario. In their words, air temperatures rapidly rose above 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Clothing and wood immediately burst into flames. Swords, spears, mud bricks, and pottery began to melt. Almost immediately, the entire city was on fire. Seconds after the blast, a shockwave ripped through the city at a speed of roughly 740 miles per hour, faster than the worst tornado ever recorded. The city's buildings were reduced to foundations and rubble. None of the 8,000 people or any animals within the city survived. Their bodies were torn apart and their bones blasted into small fragments. Here it is no great stretch to put the pieces together. Does the entire city bursting into flames and beginning to melt not sound like the burning sulfur which rained down upon Sodom and Gomorrah? Do bones blasted into small fragments not sound like someone becoming a pillar of salt? Does the salt in the ground which made agriculture impossible not sound like the destruction of the vegetation in the land? In other words, does what happened to Tel El Hammam not sound like the biblical story of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah? Indeed, researchers think so, even going so far as to conclude as much in their paper, presenting the idea in a prestigious journal for all the scientific world to see. The Tanis Cataclysm. Tanis, an ancient city that once lay in the northeastern delta of the Nile in Egypt, is a site shrouded in mystery and intrigue. It was a thriving metropolis during various periods of the ancient Egyptian civilization. Despite its significant historical role, Tanis...
You see that right there? You see this? This is a broken obelisk, okay? And they got this cartouche and stuff going on here. This is not carved, okay? If you think that this is carved and you still believe that narrative, then you're still on the ball, okay? This was not carved. This was precision machined, put into this, okay? Like, it may even have been malleable at the time and they just stamped it right in. This is not carved. Those headstones from the 1600s are not carved, okay? All this bullshit about carving is exactly that. It's bullshit. Look at look at the depth of it. Just look at it, okay? And then look at what things look like when people actually really do carve them.
This remained shrouded in obscurity until a team of French archaeologists unearthed it in 1939 after 12 years of meticulous excavation. The discovery revealed a scene of profound devastation. Massive statues, obelisks, and stone blocks, some originating from the Aswan quarry over 1,000 miles away, were found scattered and shattered. Among these ruins was a fragmented statue, believed to be the largest ever created from a single piece of granite, standing 90 feet tall and weighing around 1,100 tons. This led to pressing questions. How were these enormous stones transported over such distances, and what cataclysmic event could have caused such widespread destruction?
We know.
Adding to the enigma of Tanis is its barren landscape, almost devoid of vegetation, a stark contrast to the surrounding delta's fertility. This peculiarity becomes more intriguing when considering Tanis's biblical identity as the city of Zoan. Biblical verses describe the destruction of Egyptian idols and the laying waste of Upper Egypt, including setting fire to Zoan. Curiously, some of the granite stones at Tanis bear evidence of intense heat exposure, suggesting a catastrophic event involving extreme temperatures. The nature of the damage suggested an event of extraordinary power far beyond the capability of any known ancient human-made fires or traditional warfare techniques of the time. The colossal statues were blown away and scattered around the site, broken to pieces by the immense force. Archaeological excavations at Tanis have revealed that much of the city's remains were buried under 10 to 20 feet of soil.
You believe that? 10 to 20 feet of soil, because the flood came and it flooded a lot of this stuff out and brought in a lot of building ash and stuff with it.
Indicating that whatever caused the massive destruction also buried the site in the ground, completely erasing it from the face of the world.
I just feel like only the creator could do that. Okay, there was a judgment, it came, and these people did not fare very well. So much so that he melted and destroyed their whole city and buried it. It's like going to jail and then putting you under the jail. That's how much you go to jail. See what I'm saying?
This pattern of destruction aligns with the theory of an external natural force wreaking havoc on the site, possibly a plasma ejection from the sun, as suggested by Dr. Schoch.
Okay, that's bullshit. There ain't no plasma ejection coming from the sun. It always harkens back to space. If there's no volcanoes around and none of this other crap that they were talking about, then they got to go to space. That's why none of these archaeologists will ever cover the melt like we cover the melt, because they have to get off the ball, get away from geology, and realize that this is a supernatural event that's taken place, which means you might consider it to be some kind of cosmic etheric realm that God's in. From there, he's sending his judgment. But that's not outer space in the sense that they want you to look at it. Just saying, guys, this is why a lot of people would not touch this, and mainstream will never ever touch the melt and talk about it in its entirety the way we do, and recognize what we're looking at and how this place was, and where we're headed with all this. We're headed right for another judgment. It's no accident that we're learning right now at the end of the short season of Satan that there was all these other judgments, okay? And that there's all this evidence around to show that there was at least one, if you don't agree with more than one, okay? And clearly there's another one on its way here very shortly. 2026 is the end of the short season of Satan. You guys really grasp what I'm saying here. His time is up. This place is done. It's going to be cooked. You got front row seats to this train wreck, okay? Strap in. Get your oil lamps ready.
This catastrophic event might have not only vaporized any living beings in the area, but also dramatically altered the landscape, covering the ancient city with debris and soil. But the cataclysm of Tanis is not the only mystery of the site. The numerous obelisks, artifacts, and colossal statues, all made from granite, made many researchers like Brian Foerster believe they were built using lost high technology. There are also numerous obliterated remains of obelisks at the site, more than at any other location in Egypt. These obelisks were often theorized to be part of an energetic system, possibly linked to the pyramids of Giza. Perhaps some sort of malfunction in this energetic system caused the city's destruction.
The government is banning...
Yeah, I'm really sick of these fucking commercials here. I'm just saying. What the F, bro? Trying to lower the volume. My thing isn't working over here. Gosh. All right, here we go.
Pre-Inca vitrification. In the ancient heart of Peru, beneath later Inca and Spanish construction, survive some of the most astonishing stone walls on Earth. Sites like Coricancha in Cusco have long been presented as masterpieces of Inca engineering, yet many researchers believe the core foundations are far older, pre-Inca remnants inherited from an unknown civilization that existed in the Andes long before the rise of the empire. What makes these walls so extraordinary is not just their age or scale, but the way the stones seem almost impossibly fitted together. Massive andesite blocks interlock in complex polygonal patterns, with joints so precise that even a razor blade cannot slide between them. These are not simple stacked stones, but multi-angled blocks locked together like a giant three-dimensional puzzle. That precision alone would already make the walls mysterious, but the surfaces and joints reveal something even stranger. In many places, the stones show a subtle glassy sheen, especially along their seams and exposed outer faces. Some areas appear almost glazed, as though the rock had once been softened or partially melted and then cooled again, leaving a vitrified glass-like surface. In Peru, this feature is difficult to ignore. It is visible not only on the outer surfaces of certain blocks, but also inside the joints themselves, where the contact points between stones seem smoother, tighter, and in some cases slightly fused. If this interpretation is correct, it changes the whole discussion. The mystery would no longer be only how ancient builders carved such perfect joints by hand, but whether they used heat as part of the construction process itself. Some researchers have suggested that the walls were not simply chiseled into precision, but finished through controlled heating that softened the outer layers of the stone. This could explain how such irregular blocks came together with such flawless accuracy. Instead of shaping every contour mechanically, the builders may have heated the surfaces until the stone became partially plastic or fluid at the edges, allowing it to settle into gaps and create those signature seamless joints. This idea becomes even more intriguing when one looks closely at the famous stone nubs found on many Peruvian blocks. These protrusions are often dismissed as lifting bosses, but that explanation does not always fit. Many are located in awkward positions, often near the bottoms of stones, where they would be far less useful for lifting. Some even have flattened upper edges that make little sense for transport. An alternative possibility is that at least some of these nubs were connected to the vitrification process itself. Small dribbles or outlets where softened mineral material flowed downward during heating and cooled into protruding forms. It's even stranger that there are some Peruvian walls that look obliterated by extreme heat that melted the stones. The geology of the Andes makes the puzzle even more complex. Ancient Peruvian builders worked with hard stones like andesite, rhyolite, limestone, and sometimes granite. Andesite and rhyolite are fine-grained igneous rocks, which means that if heat altered their surfaces, the results might appear as smaller-grained, glacier seams. Researchers have noted that in some Peruvian joints, the grain size does seem finer than in the untouched body of the stone, which is exactly what one might expect if those contact areas had been exposed to high temperatures and then cooled relatively quickly. At Coricancha, the implications are enormous. The foundations are not only visually stunning, but also remarkably earthquake-resistant. Their zigzagging joints increase friction and mechanical stability, which is why they have survived centuries of seismic activity that destroyed many later structures in Cusco. Some stones also display curious round holes and unusually smooth curved surfaces, adding to the impression that their builders possessed techniques now lost. Whether this involved heat treatment, advanced stoneworking methods, or some combination of both, the result is undeniable. These walls do not behave like ordinary ancient masonry. The pre-Inca vitrified stones of Peru remain one of the greatest unresolved mysteries in archaeology. If the glassy seams and polished surfaces truly reflect deliberate heat application, then these walls may preserve evidence of a forgotten engineering tradition far older than the Inca themselves. And if that is true, then places like Coricancha are not just sacred temples or impressive ruins. They are fragments of a vanished world, left behind in stone that looks in places as if it was once fire.
You say you can't remember your childhood?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something important. You can't remember most of your childhood.
Destroyed city of Mohenjo-Daro. In the vast plains of the Indus Valley, in present-day Pakistan, lies the ancient city of Mohenjo-Daro, one of the most advanced urban centers of the Bronze Age. Built around 2600 BCE, it was part of the Indus Valley civilization, a culture known for its remarkable planning, drainage systems, and standardized architecture. At its peak, Mohenjo-Daro was a thriving city of tens of thousands, with straight streets, multi-story homes, and a level of organization that rivaled much later civilizations. Yet, despite its sophistication, the city was suddenly abandoned, leaving behind a mystery that has puzzled researchers for over a century. When archaeologists first excavated the site in the 1920s, they expected to uncover a typical story of gradual decline. Instead, they found something far more unusual. Scattered throughout parts of the city were human skeletons lying in the streets, as if the inhabitants had died suddenly and without burial. Some were found in groups, suggesting that whatever happened occurred quickly, leaving no time for proper rituals or recovery. This alone was strange, but it was only the beginning. More puzzling were the physical signs found in certain areas of the city. Some bricks and building materials appeared to have been exposed to extremely high temperatures. Researchers noted that achieving such effects would require temperatures far beyond those of ordinary fires used in ancient settlements. This raised an unsettling possibility that Mohenjo-Daro may have experienced a sudden high-energy event. Adding to the mystery, some studies have reported elevated levels of radiation in parts of the site, along with skeletons that appeared to show signs of unusual exposure. While these claims remain controversial and debated within the scientific community, they have fueled alternative interpretations, suggesting that the city may have been destroyed by a powerful explosion. In this view, Mohenjo-Daro has even been compared to the aftermath of a modern blast, where heat and pressure combine to cause both structural damage and instant loss of life. Mainstream explanations tend to favor more conventional causes, such as flooding from the nearby Indus River, climate change, or gradual environmental decline. There is strong evidence that the river shifted course over time, which could have disrupted agriculture and trade, leading to the city's abandonment.
Wow, hold on a second.
However,
I gotta go back. I don't know if that's an AI picture or not, but I caught something in that one picture there. Where the heck was it? Where is it?
Nature implied by the scattered human remains. Ancient texts have also been drawn into the discussion. Some researchers point to descriptions in Indian epics, like the Mahabharata, which speak of powerful weapons capable of producing blinding light, intense heat, along with skeleton blast, where heat and pressure combine to cause both structural damage and instant loss of life. Mainstream explanations tend to favor more conventional causes, such as flooding from the nearby Indus River, climate change, or gradual environmental decline. There is strong evidence that the river shifted course over time, which could have...
Okay. I'm just trying to make this make sense here. These guys here... Okay, so they're down... Okay, so... They're down, obviously. These people are down a little ways here into the ground, right? You all would agree with that. What is this pipe here coming down here? What's that all about? I mean, did they put a pipe in there for some reason? What are they doing? I'm just trying to figure out this picture. Okay, I can't zoom in on it. You guys see it? Wow, why is all this stuff sticking out now? Let's go. There we go. There's a pipe there. I don't know what it's doing there, but I'm just saying. Steps, rooms, pipes. It's all building.
disrupted agriculture and trade, leading to the city's abandonment. However, these explanations do not fully account for the localized signs of intense heat or the sudden nature implied by the scattered human remains. Ancient texts have also been drawn into the discussion. Some researchers point to descriptions in Indian epics, like the Mahabharata, which speak of powerful weapons capable of producing blinding light, intense heat, and widespread destruction. While these accounts are mythological and not direct historical records, they have been cited as possible echoes of real events remembered through oral tradition. Melted desert. In the remote expanses of the eastern
I like the sound of that. Melted desert. You had me at melted.
Sahara, along the border of Libya and Egypt, lies one of the strangest discoveries on Earth, Libyan desert glass. Scattered across thousands of square kilometers, these pale yellow to greenish glass fragments shimmer under the desert sun, often appearing almost translucent and remarkably pure. What makes this material so fascinating is not just its composition, but the mystery of its origin. To form such glass, temperatures must exceed 1,700 degrees Celsius, far higher than typical desert conditions. There are no known volcanoes in the region capable of producing it, which has led scientists to propose that it formed during a massive cosmic event. The leading theory suggests that a meteor or comet exploded in the atmosphere above the desert,
Of course, that would be the leading theory. Well, guess what, buddy? I got a theory. It's God's destruction. It was melted. He melted the earth with fervent heat.
Rating an intense airburst. This would have released an enormous wave of heat, instantly melting the sand below and transforming it into glass before it cooled and solidified. This phenomenon invites comparison to something much more recent, the Trinity nuclear test in 1945. When the first atomic bomb was detonated in New Mexico, the intense heat fused desert sand into a green, glassy substance known as trinitite. Both Libyan desert glass and trinitite are products of extreme, short-lived heat events, capable of melting surface materials almost instantly.
This $137 no-installation AC cools any room in minutes, and even heats any room in the winter just like a heat pump.
It's smaller than a lunchbox.
However, while trinitite is clearly linked to a human-made explosion, the significance of Libyan desert glass extends even into ancient Egypt. One of the most famous examples appears in the jewelry of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun. At the center of one of his ceremonial necklaces is a carved scarab made from this very material, polished.
Okay, I'm going to pause it there. It's almost over, and I would like to throw the link out now. So I'm going to, let me come back on camera here, guys. Hi, I'm right here. Hold on. Remove. There we go. All right. Where did my little kitty go? Come here, Lily. Come say hi to everybody. Come on. Come on over. Come here, Lily girl. If somebody wants to say hi. Good girl. Come on. That's good, girl. See, my cats come when I call them. Come on. Come over here. Let's go. I don't think you can jump that far. Get down. Come here. Well, she came almost all the way over. Here's Lily. This is my Lily girl. Say hi, Lily. Say hi to everybody, Lily girl. There she is. She's a cat by day, a piranha by night. A piranha ankle biter at night. She's such a good girl. I love her. She's a junkyard kitty. The day I got her, she smelled like an engine. She smelled like oil. Anyway, that's Lily girl. My little Lily. All right, so let me get the link. Let me get the link. Let me see here. What are you doing? Invite. What's that do? Copy. Okay. As you guys can see, I got my StreamYard back. Thank you, Shampoo, by the way. I'm sorry I did not say that earlier. It feels so good to be back in the driver's seat on the correct StreamYard because I had no drops or no nothing on the other thing that I was using just to get by until I figured this whole mess out, which I did. I don't know what's going on in the chat, but there's enough wrenches here to work it out. You know, if y'all can't play nice in the sandbox, well, then I'm going to have a judgment come down on y'all. All right. So I was in the middle of sending or putting out the link. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Putting it in the chat. And there it is. I'll keep an eye on backstage, see what happens here. All right. Mark, are you already drunk? So were you sober when you started and you got drunk? Now we're at the drunk part. You know, you've been in here for like a couple hours with me now and the liquor's hitting you. People always say some stupid, weird shit when they're drunk. I don't even understand why you feel compelled to drunk text. I mean, you should just give it up and just lay back and listen. You see what I'm saying? You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. All right, where are we at here? I have something else to check out. That one. Uh-oh, I got somebody backstage. Super Tramp 65. It looks like you're not connected, Dean. Try again. Redo whatever you just did. There you go. There you go. Okay, here we are. Hi.
With love, Jan.
What's up, Mr.
Melthead,
Dean?
I love you. Oh, good to be here.
Dean the Brick Machine is in the house. Literally in the house. Right here. Right next to me on the other side of this wall.
It's true.
When I say he's in the house, I mean it. I don't know if you guys really got a chance to check out the thumbnail that I made, but I just want to say I made this thumbnail myself. I didn't use AI. Oh, I kind of used AI, but I added in the stuff on the chalkboard and the little, bubble here, speech bubble, and the bricks. Listen to me. The books that are on the school books that are on the desk. I'm going to take us out, everybody, so you can see my. Anyway, I really like it. I thought it was
Yeah, that's a good thumbnail.
I like doing that stuff. It's a lot of fun for me. It's very creative. I can like creative juices. It's like I painted a painting or something. Oh, why is this guy Mark a problem? Literally, I'm missing out on wonderful. Yeah, Mark, you start out, you're okay. And then, you get, I don't know how many shots in or whatever it is you're drinking. Must be some horse shit, some house shit. Oh, yeah.
You're in control of your own buzz, man.
Yeah. It is some house, Wiley. We have a lot of fun here. It's awesome to be living with people who get everything I'm talking about, and we have some amazing, pretty out there, very stimulating conversations, and they're usually at like 3 a.m, right, Dean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
3 a.m, and they'll last till like 8, 9 a.m.
Yeah, it's a early wake and bake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, the deep thoughts roll. There's so much to talk about, and brilliant comments in the chat tonight. Deep thinkers, all of you. Been here a while. The one that popped in earlier, Jerry, maybe I think his name was. Why do this? You know what? Not everybody has a feeble mind, man. A lot of people that know that there's something more to this existence. The thought processes have to roll, and this is where we do it. Deep thinkers, man.
Yeah, and I can bounce a lot of my stuff off of Dean, and he bounces his stuff off of me, and it's interesting because, like, say my mom comes to visit, and she's not. She supports me in all this stuff, but she's not an avid watcher, and how far we've come on so many different levels. She don't need to know all that stuff. She's okay without not knowing it, right? But when she comes here to visit and we're doing our normal conversations that we usually have about topics or something that we have on YouTube up on the screen or something, and I'll be like, oh my God, look at that. And she'll be like, what? What are you guys looking at? What is it? And well, so we'll stop and we'll explain it all to her and try to, and we break it all down.
Well, you have to free your mind.
Yeah.
Just because you buy something or watch something or, come upon something, doesn't mean that it's true. You got to break it down. You got to, like Jen, man, she's the top-notch investigator, researcher. You are, you got to ask questions when you come upon things. And if you don't have an answer to it, you find it, and it takes you into that rabbit hole, and that's what we find with meltology, of course, and all these old world structures. The narratives, of course, we broke those down a long time ago. You and Shepley have dispelled those a long time ago. So is Spartan and I, and the Eagle Eye crew, and everybody else here in the chat. Mostly, we're at this level now. We're amongst people that are just seeing this, and not there yet. Like you said to what's his name, you're just not there yet.
Yeah, they're just not there yet, and it's okay. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here with Mark and what question he asked. I mean, Mark, you've been here this whole time. Maybe you should just chill out and enjoy the show and just not chat it up tonight, And you guys got wrenches. If you feel like something needs to be done, then you got to handle it. I can't really go through all this and figure it out. It's giving me a headache just looking at it.
You don't want Mel to step in.
Yeah. Okay, so Dean, what do you think of that video we just watched, huh?
It was intriguing. I agree with the chat. It's hard to get through the narrative part, but the evidence is solid. That's what meltology does when you reach a certain level. You can see the kind of stuff and pick out what you want, and you filter out what's, the fake narratives and all this stuff.
Right.
And, with him describing exactly what we've been breaking down forever. I threw out in the chat earlier, some people didn't understand what I was saying. This realm was brick. It was fucking beautiful. We know this. The tech proves it. Up above, down below, under the water, I mean, everywhere. This whole realm was,
Yeah.
something happened, man. Bam, bang. However you want to call it, what it was. It was an implosion event. That's my what I see in this. It's an implosion event. This whole realm looks like it's all nice and pristine, and it went foot straight
Well,
down.
you know how I liken it to, like, say, baking a cake or baking bread or baking cookies in the oven. When the heat comes up from the bottom on the tray, okay, the cookies or the cookie dough will puff up. And then when you let it cool, right, it starts to come down and it's like, and it flattens out. Okay. It doesn't stay poofed out like that.
And when it comes,
if it did stay poofed out and you went past that temperature of where they tell you the timer should stop like 10 minutes for the cookies, it would probably explode out. But it doesn't. It implodes in and settles down.
well, what the evidence has shown us through the years is, when this buoyancy and density, and it was a reaction to in my opinion, again, something to do with a hydrogen. We're trying to explain, and we're trying to find a starting point to base our how the temperatures here, and with this cavitation, because we know water was involved here. Water is part of this place. It was used as a cooling system, like you said many times, Jen. This is a computer grid system. You have to have a cooling system for it. I think that there, might have been a cavitation, a hydrogen event. Hydrogen is one of the most devastating powers you can imagine, but we have to take it to 100 times or maybe more level with this realm. This implosion, the separations of the atoms, and the polarities of the state of matter in the piezoelectric forces in the structure, man, something happened, and the buoyancy and density takes effects. And when that happens, man, you got unequal drop. You got large structures, and this one may drop quicker, causing more heat and pressure down below. See what I'm saying? Compressing the heat and pressure to extreme temperatures. And we see this in the crystallization of the melt, the stoppages as well, in the rock curtains, and the overflow and the action and the flow of the melt, how it's frozen, how it goes and it stops. So, it was a dispersal of this, in my opinion, this hydroelectric force that just shook this system. And I think above, Jamie, you were making some brilliant observations. When you compared the moon to like a photograph or an X-ray or whatever, these forces created something that affected the atmospheres, whatever they were at the time, above. The
moon, whatever it is, seems to have been boiling when you look at it.
Exactly. The forces created have to go out and up, obviously, and down, come from the bottom up and then shook all the way through down. So did it affect our sky? Well, there's some anomalies up there that we've been trying to explain for a long time.
All that heat has to go somewhere. Heat rises. Okay.
Yeah.
Whether it's outside or in your house, it rises. So it's rising to this dome that is a crystalline structure of sorts. Okay. I feel like it's a water crystallized dome because, okay, they say there's water above and water's below, right? And then there's levels to the dome. There's layers to the dome, and the stars are embedded within those layers, and they move. They wander and move through the water. That's why they have that water look to them when we zoom in on them and stuff like that. Okay, so if that water, what separates each layer of those stars, because the stars are in their own layers, okay? Like the one that's here isn't in the same layer as Saturn, which is at the top layer right before heaven, okay? And they can't ever crisscross each other because they're in two different layers. And those layers, those boundary layers between those water is, I think, frozen. Like it's a barrier of frozenness, like ice, right? So our layer of the inner dome that we get, that's, in here with us, right? You go up so high, the air gets very thin and very cold up there. I think that the dome is a crystal, it's ice crystal, if you will. Okay. So the heat rises and we have 40 days of rain, which means that first level of the layer of the dome has melted away. It's not there anymore. It came down and it crashed. It flooded out the earth. So if there's a layer of heaven that needs to be replaced, right? And that's interesting because they're trying to get hell on earth, or we're trying to create heaven on earth, right? Well, it seems that this old earth is going to be left behind, and it's going to be a new layer to hell, because hell has layers as well. There's 9 layers to hell, just like there's 9 layers to the dome going up. As above, so below. As within, so without.
Hey, Jen.
Yes.
With that said, can I bring up a quick pic to illustrate maybe what we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. And then Dean getting what? Yeah, of course we are. I'm 56 years young.
Okay.
Yeah. And my eyesight isn't getting any better, though, gotta say.
Waiting on that infinity.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, here we go. Add the stage.
And again, this is just an illustration. It's some eye candy for your thought processes. Okay.
Look at that.
Now, of course, this is a illustration. It's a, I'm not saying this is exactly, but again, look what we have here in these, in the system that we have, a sun and a moon and all the stuff above us, and we see this realm and we see that it's brick. Everywhere we go, there's brick. It doesn't matter where you are. And we proved that. And, it makes you wonder what this realm is and what's the function of it. Again, we know that there was piezoelectric forces in these structures. We know that there is a sun and moon and a system above us, that this is our survival mechanism. Are we in these levels, Jen, that you were just describing of heaven to get, it's just food thought right here, Yeah,
well, we're in the middle between heaven and hell. Okay. Yeah. So we're in mid-earth, right? And this is where the physicality of these two spiritual levels, right? Because you can't see the demons, but they're there on an etheric level. You can't see the angels, but they're on an etheric level. Yeah. And this place it's physical. It's a physical plane of existence to experience these two etheric places. You can never truly know and appreciate love if you've never known hate. Okay. So you come here to experience things. You can tell somebody what it's like to swim, but they'll never really know what the experience is like unless they come here and swim and drown. You know what I'm saying? Or death. What is death? They don't know what death is. If you've never come here to experience death itself and that whole experience, all of this is an experience here. And we've been just totally deceived on every level. To have us have a perception deception, which in that lies the experience that we're going to have, because it will dictate it. Well, what different experiences would we have had if we've known this whole time we've been on a flat plane and this place was created for us and we are the center of everything and everything is revolving around us because we're that freaking special? We'd look at each other differently. We'd look at this whole place differently. We would treat each other and this place that we're in completely different. And we wouldn't be so deceived and stuff, but that's not where we're at.
No, unfortunately not. And we know why. We know what, we have to take account our human condition. And if, you've been in this long enough, you've heard us talk about the human condition. You know what you've been through in your fucking life, man, from small all the way up to right now, and all the heartaches and all the lovely times you've had in between, and things that changed you as a person to make you what you are now. We have to take into account, we've been indoctrinated. We know this. So again, you got to free your mind, man. When you look into this, when you go down this rabbit hole with Jen and Shepu and Spartan and me and Curtis and Shawnee and everybody else out there, you gotta enter it with this mindset. Mm-hmm. We have to take account religion. We have to. It's embedded in us. It's in the mouth, actually. So, these things are on the table, and there's so much more on the table. We haven't even, are we prepared to find out?
We shall see.
Yeah.
Like you said, many
times, men's hearts will fail them.
Men's hearts will fail them for what they see come upon the earth. Speaking of which, maybe we should take a look at what's coming upon the earth if people don't know, because I know I didn't know until just recently what's been going on out there in the world. Have you seen Paris lately, guys?
Yeah.
Have you seen Germany, Spain, all these beautiful places that we've been covering this whole time? It is unrecognizable. There seems to be a mass migration of Southern Hemisphere migrating to the Northern Hemisphere. Okay, so that'd be the ball version of it. It seems like the countries that are outer from the center are migrating into the countries that are in closer to the center. Okay, where we are. Canada is. England and Ireland and Scotland, very close to the center. Okay, where this whole battle is going to take place. The end of it, the whole thing, Armageddon, everything, the whole big crescendo is going to end up there. And they're moving their armies in. Okay, this is not going to be a war where you're going to see soldiers on the ground. World War III is a battle for your soul. It's not. There's not going to be troops on the ground. Their troops are already here. Have you seen the invasion of people into these countries? They've taken over, and there's already a war happening. People are already being, killed for no reason other than the fact that they live there and they're walking down the street that day. It's crazy, guys. So
a lot of what we're seeing is, in my opinion, is the advancement of Tavistock methods on a psychological, math psychological civilization level. Look at the United States here. How much of this aggression and all this stuff stems from influences or from stimuli?
There's a reason why they're moving mass amounts of people, regular people, not troops, people, into Christian-based nations. Like, the United States is basically Christian, okay? But they're flooding it with Muslims and all these other religions. Ireland, England, all this stuff, basically, staunch, Catholic or Protestant or whatever like that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what name you put on it. Jesus is the one that they're, not Allah or Buddha or nothing. These people have been brought here through the guise of the governments, right? The governments that are supposed to protect their people are now letting these people come in under the guise of immigration and all this asylum, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Clearly, the governments do not have their people at their best interest, because they all suck Satan's banana, and they're going to we're all going to find ourselves surrounded by these people. Okay. And there's nobody coming to help. There's not going to be any troops that are going to come in and save us from their Sharia law, and what the hell's going on everywhere and the takeover that's about to happen. And yes, men's hearts will fail them for what they see come upon the earth. And these people are programmable matter. They have those jabs in them. The graphene is in them. And clearly they're set on seek and destroy. And you will be asked, do you deny Jesus and worship Allah or whatever other God they want to put in front of you? The basically thing is they want you to deny Christ, or you will be killed. Have you thought about that? Have you contemplated that? What's going to be your answer? What if they say, if you don't deny Jesus, we're going to kill your whole family? What are you going to say? Are you going to deny Jesus because you don't want them to kill your whole family? Are you? Have you thought about that? Have you seriously sat down and grappled that question and thought about that? And where do you draw the line? Because I know where my line starts. My line starts at my front door. And I already know the answers to the questions you're going to ask me. So, this is how serious things are. And I've already done all this a long time ago. I've already been where I'm at right now. It's not like I just got here. And it's like, okay, I've decided that, no, I've decided this a long time ago because I already saw this all coming back when 9/11 happened. And I knew that one day it's going to come to that line in the sand. Are you going to let them cross it? And then let them cross another one? And then let them cross another one? And then what? So you can't, just fake, we're going to just go along with you to get along or whatever. Just don't kill my family. You're going to heaven, okay? You don't deny Jesus. That's how they're going to shoot your family and shoot you. And you're going to heaven. I'm like, yeah, kill my family. Go ahead. look at you like, what? Did you just tell him to kill us? What are you talking about? Don't worry, I'll see you in about 2 minutes over in heaven. You know what I'm saying, guys? You need to wake up. This is not the end of it all, okay? This place is a pit stop on the way to our, our eternity here. And you don't want to stay here stuck in this fucking hell on earth that's being created, okay? There's no in-betweens. There's no like, let me think about it. I'm going to sit on the fence and be lukewarm for a while. You get either, you're going to shit or get off the pot, okay? And your answer is final. It's not like, oops, I made a mistake. I didn't mean to say that. I want to go back over here. You don't get that. There's second chances. This is the last chance. This is it. Okay? And push is going to come to shove. What are you willing to do? Do you understand that this is a spiritual war and it's not a physical thing? And God's got you. Jesus is going to be right there. This doesn't matter what they do. They can rape your dog, kill your mother, burn your house down, and stick your head on a pike. It doesn't matter what they do. Death is nothing. How you die? Yeah, look, they tried to throw the Apostle John in a boiling oil. Okay, God still had a mission for him, and you know what happened? He jumped out of the oil and ran away. Fine, nothing wrong with him. They're like, what? Okay, so I'm just saying. And I think that even if we do die in this course of this thing happening, it will be quick. Pretty quick. It's okay. I don't want to stick around and watch this, be here for all this crap and live under the Sharia law and suck Satan's banana for the rest of my days here until what? I die and then go to hell and then suck some more Satan's banana down there? I don't think so. Just saying. Come on. All right. So what was I doing here? I was doing something. I was going to look at the, I think Paris. Said Paris. Yeah, I don't even know what. I think I screwed something up here. Hold on. I'm not on screen share, right? No, I'm not. How do I get out of this? Cancel. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right, Dean. Maybe you can just keep talking for a minute.
Oh, well, there's no problem with that. Brick Club One.
I know, right?
Out there in the melt, and a Brick Club One love to Spartan Red, Melted Red Brick University, and the UI crew. I love you all. This is a topic, that we got to pay attention to. And, Spartan and I really didn't do that when we were doing, showing the melt. We stuck with that. But, Jen, you've been hitting stuff for such a long time. That's why you've been hit so many times with the channel takedowns, This is deep topic for deep thinkers, man. Adults, critical thinking adults. You got to set aside your prejudices and whatever, the evidence is what it is. And Jen's showing us what the evidence here is with this sporadic bullshit happening through everywhere. These takeovers, this violence, this integration, all this stuff, it's obviously, it's weaponized migration.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Weaponized migration. I like that.
It is. And, we've been facing it. They've been slow dripping this in for decades. I've seen it coming for a long time. And, it's now to a point they've gone past the blowing up shit and, the shock and awe to, put this fucking mask on, shut up and stay home. These traumas, man. They induce behaviors. They produce cultures of rebellion. And this is what we're facing right now.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be prepared for it in whatever way you can. And again, the master key of street defense is to stay and be alert. Man. You got to know where you're at. You got to know what's going on in your surroundings, what's going on, and, maybe stick your finger in the wind, see which way the winds of change are blowing. You got to be adults. You got to be grown, strong, feminine role models for your sons and daughters, and you got to be strong masculinity for your sons and daughters to take this back. We look around now and we look at our youth and we weep.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I guess I'll show this video here. Okay. Let me get back over here to StreamYard. Oh my God. Stop screen share. Start screen share. I'm not going to put any volume on. I'm just going to look at it. God, it's so depressing. I can't even believe it.
Okay, you're up.
I am. I just got to figure out where the video just went. Here, hold on. Paris is not what you think. All right, here it is. All right, we're just going to look at it. You know, if I didn't tell you you were in Paris, I mean, obviously the buildings give it away, but I'm just saying, it's just like, it's everywhere.
You know, we see this poverty in the streets and stuff, and here in the divided states of insanity, you know, they're now criminalizing it. You've lost your job for whatever reason, you know, you're on the street, you know, it's illegal. They're making it illegal. You know, it's like, you know, you look at these people and you think drugs or whatever, and mostly true in a lot of these places, but a lot of these people suffering are, you know, last year we were celebrating Christmas with their family. A lot of them were maybe celebrating Ramadan with their family, wherever they were at.
All I know is it's not a good idea to bring all these people in here, and I don't know why they would. What the end result has to be to divide us and conquer us, even to divide us even more. Okay, because this is pushing people who are native to this area, Parisians, or you got people in Ireland and Scotland who are native to those areas because that's where their countries are, and they're diluting the cultures of those people. And these people who are coming in are not good people. Okay, they're scammers, they're murderers and rapists and all kinds of stuff. I mean, and
they take advantage of the system and live on it. Absolutely.
And I mean, rape is now on the rise, like insanely on the rise in these European nations. And they're like, oh, well, you know, this is where they come from. They come from India, and this is what they do there. They rape people. So, you know, we're not going to give them too harsh of a sentence. They just don't know any better. This is how they do it in their country. So now you've ruined a 16-year-old girl's life forever because you raped her and she's traumatized by that. Or some woman walking down the street, you know, now I mean, are you kidding me?
Well, you know, when it's popping off and
pulling their pants down and taking a crap wherever they want, because, you know, that's how they do it in their country, and they're just used to doing it that way. We can't say nothing too bad about it. Are you kidding me? Like, it's just like the insanity is just completely flipped on. It's next level insanity that's happening.
Absolutely.
And it's all being done by design. It's all like this because somebody wants it like this. And the longer it takes for any of these people to stand up to this, because they're going to have to realize the government's not going to help them. The government is the one that's doing it. And they're going to have to take a stand because these people are going to come. They're going to come in. They're going to come in your doors. If you live in these cities, they're going to come in. Okay. It's not going to be out on the street anymore. They're going to come in. And you won't be able to move and be free, to feel safe, to do anything around these people. I mean, we're trying to still live our lives and ignore it. So go get on a train to go somewhere. Next thing you know, you got a knife in your neck or in your back. I mean, it's insanity. And they definitely have no respect for women at all.
Right.
Let alone these young girls.
And, you know, we're forced to They force us to put up with this shit, like we're in preschool and we're being told what to do. I'm tired of being talked down to like a fucking child. These people that want to claim their status or whatever and then talk down to you like you don't know nothing. Like, you don't have a thought process. You have to have your thoughts made for you. This is where fucking men and women need to stand up. I mean, hey man, it's going down in Ireland. All my love and support to Dervo C and her kin out there. People are getting tired of it. The fatigue is going beyond fatigue.
What is Germany? Germany slums. Germany's sinking pretty quick. All the European countries are sinking pretty quick. They flooded their countries with these people who are not from their country. It's hard to find any, like if you're going down, it's like Pakistani food, all this other food, but not German food. Maybe one little shop that's German food left. I mean, look at this. These cities were gorgeous, perfect. But see, shit ain't like that in Satan's short season, okay? This is what Satan's world looks like. This is what he brings upon the earth. Hell on earth. It's disgusting. He is the most foul and the most unclean, and you will be too, and you'll love it. If you don't stand up, if you don't take a stand, if you don't start to use the breath of your mouth to kill the men of lawlessness, you will become lawless as well, and you will be here with them, living in this filth and disgusting and nastiness. It's coming. It's already here. It's like there's the tornado's coming. No, it's already here. It's already here. We're just starting to see the beginnings of it. It hasn't even gotten to the full strength of the storm yet. All these glorious buildings that we look at are all graffitied up now. It's just craziness. Drugs everywhere. You thought K&A was bad? Now everywhere they're on these drugs doing all this shit bent over everywhere on this fentanyl. Who's putting out the fentanyl drugs everywhere? They can stop that shit at any time they want. They don't want to. They're not supposed to. No good deed goes unpunished in the short season of Satan.
Well, you ask where the damn fentanyl is coming from. It's coming from, I mean, look, a lot of these wars kicking off in the 90s through the 2000s and stuff, Middle East, they were guarding poppy fields, man. I mean, we were training soldiers to go over and guard poppy fields. Yeah. So where does it come from? Well, same place everything comes from.
Oh, freaking commercials, whatever. Anyway, you can look at any of these glorious cities and they're all just nastiness everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go. It's horrible. I listen to this guy, Jesse on Fire. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's a little all over the place when he does his live streams. I think he's maybe hyperactive or something. The story should scare you. I don't know what he's talking about here. Oh, CERN. Okay, yeah, this is where I want to tell you guys this. CERN is shutting down. It's closing down, guys. 2026, June 28th, 2026, they're shutting CERN down and closing the doors. Oh, well, of course. We're in short season Satan, and this is the last year of it. This is it. They're winding shit up. They don't need it anymore. They did what they had to do. But anyway, this is Jesse on Fire. You can look him up. I will share the audio with this for a minute. You can hear this guy. I don't think he'll give me a strike or anything. All right, so let's see here. My mouse is not working. Okay, here we are. I told you, he talks fast and he's a little all over the place, but it's kind of funny.
CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, the particle collider we've talked about before. And, listen, if you're looking for reasons to be concerned about the future, actually, I don't even, maybe things are going to get great. Let's just say, if you're interested in space-time, the potential for time travel, the likely scenario where there are multiple dimensions, which we are potentially jumping in between of, have you ever felt like you're in a spot where you kind of don't belong? You know what I mean? It's like, do what humans walk on? You see that? Kind of like a prison tier. You see that? Okay. That's where a human walks. A human is about half the size of that little square right there.
It's funny because this guy's just figuring out a lot of stuff that, I figured out a long time ago and stuff. Dean and I had a really interesting conversation at 3:00 in the morning, of course. And we were talking about these multiple dimensions and what he was just mentioning about, do you ever feel like something you were there before, or, that deja vu thing or whatever like that. And they talk about the multiverse and how that there's multiple realities happening all simultaneously. There's another me and you sitting somewhere else in another reality. Maybe we're wearing the same clothes, doing the same thing, but something slightly different or something. Or maybe in some other reality, you chose another career and went down another path and you live somewhere else, and you have 2 kids instead of 4 kids, or no kids instead of 3 kids, something like that. Okay. Every possibility that could ever be possible for you to experience is happening right now simultaneously in another universe somewhere. Correct? This is what we all survived, right? Those other universes, those other worlds, those other planets, those other planets are here across from us. Okay. So here's our dome, and then there's a space, and then there's another dome with another world, and then there's another space. And then look, bubble wrap. If you look at a sheet of bubble wrap, you see it's level, right? But then it's got all these bubble domes on it, right? You can pop them. It's fun, right? That's what we live on, where there's all these other domes. It looks like bubbles, right? But they're, half domes covering other planets. Little smaller sections of the large plane are all little. Okay, so you got me there, right? So what I'm trying to say is that your soul is so massive and so expansive that you're not just going to come here and have this one little experience this one time and then come back and have another experience another lifetime. You're living all of these lifetimes and all these different scenarios right now, currently, while you're here right now, in all these different realities that's happening around us outside our bubble. And somehow some people along the line have figured out how to pop out of this bubble and pop into another bubble. They can either use a meditation technique to do it, an astral travel there, or you can use some type of a mechanism that can break the time, space, fabric of our reality and pop into their bubble. Okay. And they talk about like folding space or whatever, right? But I think the space that they're folding is the space that's right between each bubble dome. Okay. Because they say the grays are from outer space. The grays are actually the little demons that live in the in-between world, the in-between spaces between the domes. Okay. Because there's, this is massive. Once you hit the dome and you get outside the dome, well, maybe there's another 1,000 miles before you hit the next dome, or it could be 500 feet before you hit the next dome. But that would mean there's 500 feet of space between each dome all around. And this is where the grays live. Okay, so your soul is so massive and so expansive that you can have sections of your soul, slivers of your soul in each one of these domes having an experience, right? And when you die in one of those realities, in one of those worlds, in one of those domes, your spirit, your soul comes back to the original source of you, which is right here in this reality. In this one here is the last one that your soul comes back to from all these other realities once you die. And then once your soul is all together again and whole here in this reality that we're in right now, then the judgment comes and then you go back to heaven. Okay. That's the way I see it. I hope everybody followed me on that. So when they talk about multiverse and multi-realities and all this other stuff, they're there, but they're not there in the way that they explain it to us as far as, say other worlds we'd have to travel to, or other dimensions and all this stuff. You're in this reality, but there's dimensions within the dimensions. Okay, we're on the physical plane of a dimension. We're all here, all these worlds. But then you have the dimensions between those worlds. Okay, so you have dimensions like this, heaven, mid-earth, and then hell. And then you have the other dimensions that go outward like this, which is all the domes that are around us. Okay. Oh gosh, I hope I'm making some sense. It makes sense in my head. It really does. That's just the way I see it. So your soul dies 3 dimensions over in a reality where you just got hit by a car. Okay. And then you come back. Now you have memories of a lifetime that you never lived with a family you never had in a house you never lived in. Now it's come back to you, though. That part of your soul and that experience has come back to your soul here. And then one over here, you, whatever, just died of old age. Okay. And that part of your soul comes back into this one because your soul has to be whole, back all together again with all those experiences. And then you go. I could be wrong. Sure. But that resonates with me. And I'm feeling it. Okay. I know it. I know it. I don't have to believe it. I know it. For me, I know it. If that's not how it works, who cares anyway? We're all going to heaven. So who really cares? We'll have the answer soon enough. But I think that's the way it works. I think that's what it looks like. Anyway, this is Jesse on fire. He's still just.
And this thing goes around for 17 miles.
It's like he's talking about, like it's just so new, like he just learned about it. And I'm like, yeah, dude, duh. Where you been? Welcome to the party, pal. I'm glad you're figuring it out. But anyway, I listen to him sometimes just for entertainment purposes.
They want you to rely.
What's interesting about that, not too long ago, we had car phones the size of bricks. And, now we have Hadron Collider 17 miles in circumference. And, it's like, again, we go back to the infrastructures and stuff, man. What they do, tunnel this out? Was this?
Okay, pause for 1 second. Jamie, I just read what you said, and you all got wrenches. Do something about it, okay? Because you're supposed to be paying attention to me, not screwing around with him. And if he's causing the ruckus to where he's interrupting the importance of what I have to say tonight on my show, then he needs to go. Wrenches are meant to be used. They're not meant to sit around and do nothing with and look pretty and blue. I'm just saying we need to exercise our wrenches sometimes. Maybe we need to exercise some wrenches. Okay, we're going to continue. Go ahead, Dean. Sorry.
Lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry. I had to go there.
Oh, no. That's okay. I'll catch up with myself real quick.
This plane of existence is the final one. We're on the final phase of all this. That's the way I look at it. I think.
Well, there's different ways, everybody's got something to add to this, This is why it's good that, we come together like this, because most people don't. And you got to free your mind once again. You got to put it on the table. You got to make it make sense of some sort. Again, everything that I come down to as far as what we're looking at here, fuck, man, I always go back to the melt. What this is and who we are and what's our purpose. From the way I see my reality and everybody else's reality, we're being herded like a fucking penal colony. Why?
Beehive.
Yeah, exactly. And how big's the fucking prison?
Oh, we gotta watch that.
We're talking.
Let me see here if I can find it. What did we look at? It was bees talking, I think.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, the two bees right here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to see if I can slow it down on this. Pause. There's no way to change the setting on this. That's probably why they did it in a short. Anyway, let me get into a screen share here. All right. Now you guys can weigh in on this. Tell me if you think this is real or you think it's fake. Okay. We'll see. Well, I don't know. I've never done it. So I'm only watching it. I have not done it. We'll see what you think. I don't have access. Most of us don't have access to bees in a controlled manner such as this, that you would have that access to be able to do this. So there's that. If it's fake, if they could fake it, because how many of us could actually get two bees or any bees together to hear what they're saying and record it? You know what I'm saying? You can't unless you have a beehive. Okay, so here we go. I'm sorry, I'm just keep getting sidetracked by this chat. Jeez, where am I here? Tabs.
Well, if Melanie does it, I want to hear the whip crack.
All right, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. You ready?
Absolutely.
Are you guys ready for this? I know it's quick. There it is. Here, let me try another one. I seem to all be short. Two bees talking to each other.
Okay, y'all been wanting to hear two bees. So let's get to see if they have a conversation.
I don't know what she's saying, but she sounds pissed. Now, if it was on regular YouTube, I don't know how to do it from here, but if it had a setting thing on YouTube, the regular videos, you could slow it down even more. Because he slowed it down just so we could hear that. But if we slow it down more, it won't sound chipmunk, right? It'll sound like we could hear exactly what this conversation is saying. And I have yet to be able to find a video that
I'll give you guys a bit more time with it too.
That's crazy. I can try that. Let's see what they're saying. I'd like to reach you about your car's extended car warranty expiring. What the?
I'll give you guys a bit more time with it too.
Anyway, so yeah, this bee thing, bees talking, slowing down the bees, buzzing to sound like, here we go, hear this one here.
So I bought a one of these El Cheapo microphones.
Here we go.
Costs about $7. Plugs into my cell phone, and I'm talking into it right now. And I've got this hole in the middle of this hive, and I'm going to stick the microphone right up the hole and see what happens. I don't know if we could hear much, but I'll jack up the sound afterwards and see what it's happening in there. See what happens. I don't think there's. I think these bees are clustering down below, so I don't know if we would have got much off of that top box. But here's one. Here's a hole down there that's a bit closer to the bottom. Let's see what. Let's listen. Take a listen.
Where's the one where they where he opens it up, Dean, and you hear the queen bee go off?
Oh, that was another one, wasn't it?
No, I thought it was this one. No, maybe it is a different one. Those guys open the thing up. Oh
yeah,
my God.
That was interesting.
Okay. Okay, fine now. What's that? No, nature happened. Okay, all right, whatever. I can't get sidetracked right now. Let me go back to the bees. It's got to be here somewhere. All right, so this guy takes the side panel off of his bee cage.
Can you go down just a little bit, Jen? Back down
Yeah.
just a little. No, that one wasn't it. Oh, okay, never mind. Was it?
What's it say? Sounds from inside beehive. Have a sound MSR. Let me see what this is.
Cool any room in 90 seconds with this NASA engine.
Okay, well that's not it. Anyway, he takes the side panel off of the bee, whatever, the bee thing he's got, right? The beehive thing. And when he takes it off and he like kind of moves in a little with his camera, or the girl's videoing it, he takes it off. Remember, Dean?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you hear this thing. It goes, wow, something like that. And it's the queen bee doing this siren kind of sounding. And I said to Dean, I said, Dean, that sounds like an air raid siren.
Yeah, it did. It sounded like a miniature air raid signal.
So what I do, I look up queen bee siren and air raid sirens. That's all I put into my search. And sure enough, it says there that the queen bee siren sounds like the air raid sirens. And I was like, oh my God, that's so crazy.
Again, it's about frequency. You know, it's a language, but it's in frequency. That's, you know, bee language is a frequency. You know, and you know, this
at a higher frequency. Oh, we already saw this one.
Yeah. Again, this is being created by their wings.
Let me see if I can get queen bee siren on here or something. Siren. Let's see here. Listen to queen bee make noise. Oh, it's not it. Oh, here it is. I got it. I think this is it.
Yeah, it is it. Yeah.
A barrel of bees, a wine barrel to be exact. How many are there, you may ask? We'll find out. Let's see, careful. Whoa. Hello. I heard it.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that was the queen bee piping. So there's some virgin queen bees. It's springtime, so it's time to start splitting in half, raising more queens. Oh, I heard it again.
That's pretty cool, right? I'm just saying. And it is a siren to alert the the colony that there is a rival approaching, or the enemy's near. Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, you know, communication through sound other than speech has been used forever. You know, the buglers and the cavalry's different tunes for different
absolutely.
And tactics, and you know, there's so much as far as language or communication, I should say, in animals and us. Well, we are animals, they say, but
and the beehive is in all the Mason drawings. The beehives, beekeepers. We're the bees, and we have beekeepers that keep us in line. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
在山系的大山深处，发现了一道十分神秘的。
Clearly, we can just read this. No one knows.
Oh, fuck it. Look at this shit.
Mountains are melted buildings, guys. Just saying.
Wow.
The word mountain has no standardized geological meaning. That's a problem. Whew.
Left side of the pic. See the vertical and horizontal in that structure right there.
Yeah.
Just off to the, see that those lines.
So we're gonna go through, guys. We're walking through this thing.
Wow. Straight edge, top left corner. Wow.
Brick. Red motherfucking brick.
No, man.
Built with blue brick. Blue brick.
The texture on the face of this thing.
This shit ain't no joke.
It was ornate. You could see it.
It's not a train tunnel. It's got doors on it.
Yeah, Patrick. China.
Where's China? Behind you.
China.
Look at this. When they do this?
Yeah, I see them, Shapu.
Where if I close captioning go? Wow, this thing keeps going. Here, hold on. I gotta saying there. I missed it when he was pointing to the ceiling and stuff. Bricks and
Look at that transition in that scene.
Very ancient.
Oh, fuck, no.
Oh, excuse me.
This is an incline up. Look at the texture of the bricks he's walking on.
Yes, yes.
Oh, they're spaced, how they're.
Yeah.
It's wonky as you look down as well.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
No problem.
Yeah, man.
No problem.
Look at this.
Look at all this brick.
God, look at the mortar squeezing.
The whole mountain is the building, guys. Okay, look at all this freaking brick.
They got mortar snot, man. Just layered.
Some, of course, it's for defensive person. What else would it be? Storage? It's a granary. Ay. It's cool though. China's got some crazy shit everywhere. And if they ain't making it, they're faking it.
Wow, man.
Oh, he looks like he's got a pretty long selfie stick there. Look at this. Look at all the brick, guys. Holy moly.
That's interesting. Did you see those pipes running along the top as he walked through?
Let me
They
go
had
back.
this one spot where they were going through them, and then when you pan back and look back at them, it showed 1, 2, 3, I think
Here?
4. Look at the holes in the back of this right here. Is that? I mean, this is open air right here. What, ventilation?
He's
I don't
come
know.
out of this passage.
Huh?
This part you want to look at?
Well, it showed right where you were the holes.
Oh yes, all this.
Yeah, those pipes ran the whole length of that thing. For what's the purpose of that?
Yeah.
4 of them going the whole span.
I don't know. Even this, like, I mean, it's all brick, guys. Look, there's another tunnel. Holy crap. Look at this. The mountain is the building. Boom, baby. It's right there.
Wow.
You can't see it. I don't tell you. I just don't.
Wow.
It's right there.
Look at that. Look at the
That's
walls.
right.
Fucking hell, man. Look at those apertures.
Wow. Somebody left the door open.
Oh, wow. Look at this arch. Oh, shit. Wow. Look at this transition to the left.
Look at all that brick in there, guys. All right, Shapu, I just got the thing you sent me. Thank you. Yeah, they probably refurbished the stairs maybe or something like that. I don't know, going up there, but the rest of it all looks original to me. It was all structure for sure, whether they refurbished what was already there or not, if that's what you were talking about. I mean, tourism, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Just Mud Mountain. It's just a mud
Yeah.
mountain.
Wow. Look at the slope of that in the background.
I see it.
Shit. Look at that.
This is like melted, like Sodom and Gomorrah melt here. Okay, so let me see.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
Wow. Get the brick. Wow. That is plastered and everything.
Are we seeing stucco above him?
That's what I'm saying. Plastered, yeah. It's probably coated with that white stuff. Like in the Star Forts, we're all coated with that white stuff. Yeah. Still on there.
I'm going to grab this link later and try to screenshot that and pop that motherfucker. A lot of these stucco pieces, man, if you got the tech to do it, filter the stucco, they had images on these things. They had whatever on these things, and they got baked out, but the imprints are there. And sometimes you can pop them out and make something, you know, kind of see.
Wow.
Oh, man.
This goes up and curves around. Holy crap. Wow.
Whoa. Top right corner.
Holy crap, it's still going too. Yeah, it's all brick.
What was that?
Oh my gosh, this is
That
crazy.
was fucking weird looking.
Here, I'll go back.
Yeah, go back about 10 seconds. I'll tell you when to pause it. Something caught my eye here that just didn't look like anything else around it.
LV is tardy as F, man. Wow. Welcome, LVK.
Hey, LV.
You're going to have to rewind.
Okay, he goes through this, and then in the top right, as he's going through about by his head, there's a vertical piece going down that looks like a fucking the shape of a lamp.
Really?
Ornate kind of 1, 2, 3 lamp looking structure up to his top right. I'll see if I can catch it real quick. I don't want to take up your whole. Come on, Wayne, trying to get through there. Let's go. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Did we pass whatever it was you saw? I guess we did, right?
I'm looking for it right now.
Oh. God, another skylight? What?
It was after he goes through here.
What? Well, it's like a cave.
Let's go,
There's
dude.
a lava tube. It had these skylights like this.
Wow, look at this.
This is crazy.
Wow, look at that.
Would you look at that? That's amazing.
Some to the top right. There's a void to the top right up in there. Or just almost to the top right. So look at. Okay, we missed it.
Really?
Incredible evidence, you know. People look at this kind of stuff, and you're on an ad, Jen.
All right, hold on, I'm coming. I got you. Sorry, just taking care of Lily here. Oh, these freaking ads, jeez. Fuck ads. Look at this. Oh, God.
Yeah, man. I mean,
oh, there's another one right there. Another arch tunnel right above it. Over here. Look at this. This whole fucking thing is a building. It's not a mountain. It's a building. It's a mountain of destroyed building here. We've reached the second floor. Okay, now we're going to go up to what? Oh, my God. This is nuts.
Nice. Wow. The aperture swelling out, or swelling closed there. Man, look at this. Goes down, of course.
Deep in the mountains, a mystery, ancient tour. What did he say here? A village was built underground. It collapsed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
it's not
easy
as
to think that way.
underground. It's just more of the building that collapsed.
Absolutely. Yeah. Implosion once again.
Wow, look at this. Look. That's where he was walking through earlier when he looked up. That doorway was there. So how do you get through that level? And there's no way across even. So, because when he was down there looking up through this big shaft, Melanie, this is a deep shaft. It's got your name all over it. Oh my God. Look at this. Here we go. Oh my God, it's perfect. Look at this. Ah.
See the shift. There's a shift it is he's going through, which you're going to see. Is that a fracture, a slippage?
I don't know, but here it stayed intact really, really well. This middle part here. This is that spot where there's no way to get across. That he was just looking down at from above.
Yeah.
Wow, what is that? Is that metal? What is that up there?
Look at that. What is that?
Could be another level. Damn straight it is.
Yeah.
It looked like there was metal up there. Look at this.
Toby says, nice little fixer upper.
What's up, Lily? What you doing? That is precision brickwork there. I mean, that ain't no joke.
Wow.
Now we're going up to the big building. Look at this, guys. The mountain is the building. Any way you slice it. Amazing melt. Nice, Jamie. I like it. Wow. Okay. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Holy crap. There's walls everywhere. Jeez. How many bricks would it take just to make this thing?
Right.
And this is melted down, guys. This was much higher.
Yeah.
You know, built to the heavens. Massive cities built to the heavens. No, they formed naturally. They were man-made. That's correct.
Yeah, I saw that, Shabu. You know, you start just picking out stuff. You see this stuff over and over and over, and put out so much as Shapu has and Jen has, and you know, your eyes just catch stuff, man. It could be a expansion feature, or a color differential, or a obvious fucking right angle, or a filled out arch, you know, or a wonky arch.
Or a brick in the middle of all this mess.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, we know what it is. It's structure, all of it. And it's
All
just
of it, not some of it, all of it.
Yep.
This place is massive. Holy crap. Ow, gosh. Lily just bit me. They're piranha teeth. This place is insane. I need to see it really, like a drone footage again or something. Yeah, no shit, it's really big. Oh, look at it. Okay, hold on. Let me just pause this for a second. Take this all in. Wow. It perfectly blends with everything all around it. Is all that in the background there, walls too? I mean, geez, look at this.
Yeah.
Let me go back a tiny bit because it was like a little bit more of a view. Hold on. Yeah, right there. Look at that. Wow.
I mean, you look at it, it's just like it's a super complex. It's a massive complex. And this is just a fraction of the area that it's in. But
yeah,
we're looking at buoyancy and density, man. It looks like it sunk down because it did. These are structures, all of it.
Wow. Okay, let's just take that in for a minute. Okay, like, wow, I'm having a hot flash over this. Take it in. Take it in for a second. I gotta change my shirt. I'm like dying over here.
Pack them if you got them, fam.
Jeez. I'll put the freaking air on or something. What's up, Lily?
Seeing color differentials, vegetation highlighting the action and flow in the melt as it drops down. You almost see it staring at the background there, the levelness of it all back there, and then just let your eyes drift down, and you can almost see these things just dropping down. You know, rock expanded again. You know, in this melt, electrical heat energy from the bottom up changed the state of matter and expanded everything from the inside out. It did. It expanded everything from the inside out, malleable. Buoyancy and density taking effect, shoving itself through the fractures, the internals, the hallways, the tunnels, whatever inside, shoving the material through like putty, like toothpaste, swallowing parts of the structure, collapsing structure. We've seen it so many times coming out through arches, windows, apertures, doors, closed off. We see half of apertures, you know, arches, massive ones as well. You know, we see even Johnny B was doing a stream the other day, and he showed along a river up there. There was a fucking wall coming out with a half an arch in it, right on the riverbank, man. I think that was Shawnee. But you know, these things you got to make you, you know, question shit. Most people don't have the capacity up here. You know, it takes a little bit of trusting yourself and effort to think about this stuff, man. The evidence is right there. You can't dismiss it. You can forget it. You can ignore it. But you can't, you know, it is what it is. It's there. And for those that can see this, all you beautiful melt heads out there, you know, we're the we're still blazing that path of knowledge of showing this stuff. Obviously, those who see it will see it and come in and join. And we've seen that. Shepu, what, you're up to over 30,000 now, aren't you? A lot of you other new chans out there coming up. Your numbers are growing. There's interest in this. We see, as Jen showed earlier in some of these documents or some of these clips, the narratives are bullshit, but they're stating exactly what we've been breaking down a long time ago.
Agreed.
So that's what they're doing. They're trying to get ahead of this. It's too late.
Yep. Absolutely, 100%. And really, they don't care because we're at the end. They don't care if we see their hand and everything they've hidden from us, their hidden hand, because it has to be shown to us now. Everything that has been hidden from us is being shown. The apocalypse is the revealing of everything that was hidden. And who is revealing it? Us! We are the apocalypse. It's coming. The truth is coming out through us. And I think this is one of the last big reveals that's been hidden from us, that all this stuff was actually buildings at one time. And this place is nothing like what they told us. Period.
Well, I think the X Factor is going to give it back to us, like we've said before, from the bottom up and the inside out, man. And that's where this apocalypse is coming from, is from the bottom. Us, the commoner, the goyim, whatever you want to call your slave, whatever you want to call yourself, it's the bottom of us. From the inside out, we're bringing this information. And that's why it's taken off, is because people are getting bored with these people that have been around forever making money on this, ancient alien stuff and all this other stuff. Not to say that none of that's true or not true, but I'm saying if you can't see the fucking melt, it's something. If you're a researcher, got a degree in this stuff, geology, archaeology, bullshitology, it doesn't matter. You got to look at the evidence and you got to take it for what it is. And, most deny to do that, refuse to do that.
All right, I'm trying to get these over to me, Shapu, from your thing you just sent me here.
Oh, right on.
All right, so we got this one. Is this the one we just watched? Yeah. Yeah. Another one? Oh, I think I remember seeing this one. Yeah.
Even though the numbers might be wrong, hyped, whatever, people are seeing. You're going to have some that'll be skeptical and fall off. They'll catch back up.
Wow. Look at this. Oh, look at a little kitten. Oh, that was so cute. Hold on. Let me move her up a little here. Little kitten way up there, living in the melt. Look, guys, it's all brick. She just walked into a brick building at the top of this thing. Wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
All right, Lily, what's up? Lily wants my attention.
Shepu says the drone at the start is the best.
All right, well, let me go back to the beginning here. Let's check out this drone stuff here. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, Shapu. There you go. Let's just make this big. Here we go. Hold on, I can get closed captioning off so I can enjoy the full view here of what we're looking at. Wow. Just look at it, guys. Are you kidding me? What? Jeez. Crazy. Unbelievable.
Whoa, look way down in the back. See the brown? Look at that straight line wall coming up.
God, dude. Back here? This thing here? Yeah, what is that? What's all that? Is that the road up there? I don't know what that is. That's structure.
Yeah, we got structure walls in the back down there at the melt point.
The shizzle, my nizzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be over here now. It's this stuff here. Whatever this is here, it looked like. I don't know.
That was part of the melt.
I don't know if that's a long-ass walk up to that thing. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Great. You're in it to win it once you get out there.
Nice.
Yeah, look, so you can see it better now, whatever this is here. It zigzags around, does something here. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's the road. All right, I can't look at these Asian chicks. Sorry, I got PTSD. Okay, let me see here. Sound deep in the mountains. This one, we got to look at this one. This is, I think Steve Fenneran might have sent me this, or it might have been something from Chapua a while back. Check this out. They say it's a mine, I guess. Rosdale Old Kiln Mines. See how it's just jutting out of the landscape?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The whole thing is the building. It's not just... See? Look, let's pause it right there. Look. So here in the front, you can see this part survived, right? But this just looks like land, regular old hills, right? They just happen to build it against it. No, look here in the background. There's a whole chimney coming out right here. Wow. Just look at it, guys. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, it did look like where we went for the meetup. Wow, look at this fucking melted brick chimney here.
Wow.
Brick laying around all over the place here. You can see it.
Terracing, right? Top right.
Wow. All of it. Not some of it. All of it.
Rosedale Mine, UK, says Shepard.
Yep, Rosedale Mine. Old Kiln. East Mine Ruins. Yeah, wow. Thank you for this. What are you doing over there, Lily? Just incredible. I love the drone footage. I can't get enough of it. Look at this. Just wow. Hey, Bella. You know, when I look at this and I see God's destruction, I don't see an old ancient thing that's weathered away and all this stuff like that. I see what's left of this after God's judgment.
See the back right there? Center? Look at the red brick in there.
Heck yeah. It was all red motherfucking brick.
Everything under that grass is red brick.
Yep.
All the way. Everything.
Yep. Wow.
Ooh.
I wonder if that's metal sticking out.
Right.
Kind of reminds me of the wall we went to see with Mark.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It had buttresses like that, kind of buttressed out away from the land, which it was up against, which was part of the building, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crazy. Wow. Unbelievable. That is incredible evidence right there. Wow, what's this? Up next, this reservoir here. Wow. I'll watch this too. Hold on. Getting off course here. I got to see what's going on. Let's see. Let's just see. It's drone footage. How could you say no, right? Where is my mouse at? Jeez, everything's not working. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can get to the reservoir fire here because I got all night. What is this? Oh, hold on. I skipped some stuff. Jeez. Oh, we got the top of a church sticking out here out of the ground. What is this? Oh, they got a culvert system. Look, it's a culvert. Are you there, Dean?
Yep.
Okay, I can't hear you.
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, it is a culvert system.
Oh, look at that. Look, Dean. Look at the culvert here on the side.
Yeah, look at that.
Dude, look at this shit. Wow.
We see the same stuff, same kind of stuff in our infrastructure.
Yep. What are you doing, Lily? All right, now I'm going to have to speed it up a little here because I'm got all night.
Good night, Shafu.
Good night, Shapu. Thank you so much. I want to do a show. Oh, let's get to the good part here, Shapu. Hang on a second. Look, look, look. Holy crap. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
My goodness. Who's building this out in the middle of nowhere, it looks like. Wow. I've had some of the stuff that they see in New Hampshire look like this before it got muffed up. You know, all the water systems they have over there. Manchester and Manchester, New Hampshire and Lowell and all these other places.
Yeah.
This sucker. Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah. Look at that.
What? That's crazy. Unbelievable.
That's fucking amazing.
The water's just going underneath of it.
The
That's all
texture.
it's not holding the water back like it's a dam. The water's going underneath of it.
Yeah.
So why did they build this huge thing here? I mean, like, what is it really doing?
Exactly.
Wow. I'm just like, I can't even believe this. All right, so let's get out of this sucker here. I gotta get out of here. I mean, how long have we been on for? Jeez, I can't meet my mouse is just acting weird right now. Okay, there we go. Let me get over here and come back to StreamYard. Come off of my screen share. Oh, baby. All right, I gotta take care of Lily. She's getting all kind of like she's hungry. So.
Okay, are we taking off or?
We are at 4 hours and 19 minutes. What do you got for me, Dean?
Can I just bring up something that I'm working on? I'll just show everybody. I haven't posted it yet.
Absolutely, you go for it. I'm going to
give you you know, we look at this mountain, we look at this. When we go through evidence online and they've got all this stuff you can get off all these search engines, all these pictures and stuff, a lot of times, man, they're really, I'll show you.
Okay.
Show you what I'm talking about. There's so much detail lost in these things. All right, I'm in there. And I'll be posting this soon, but.
Oh, Patrick says, don't go.
You'll see what I mean here. And it's not done yet, but it's to a point where I can show you to get my point across.
All right, go for it.
Now, this is a standard pick off of a popular search engine. This is a real place, but the image that they give us is distorted. And I've been working on this for a while and popping the details. And obviously we have a pillar here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's got to come into focus more. This is work in progress, but there's a pillar here. There's also a pillar on top. There's also a dome, an arch here, because there's pillars. Up here on top of this pillar, we have renditioning. All the way back into this pocket, we got renditioning. All this top left corner up here. When it comes out, you'll be able to see it. This is renditioning. This is the building coming down. And we can see over here on the right side, look at this wonky arch down here. Look how much this drop is right here. And again, the state of matter changing, becoming malleable under the pressures of buoyancy and density, squeezing out and consuming the infrastructures of the structures, as we see in this arch right here. The expansion's coming out and eating through this arch right, or this column right here. I'll be posting it up soon, but I wanted to bring this through to let people know that when you look at this melt, you look at the detail. Look at the detail of as you're going through these caves, these flat spots, these color differentials, these shapes that don't look like anything else around it. Pay attention to those things, man, because they're lost in the melt. These are features of the melt, and most of them are too distorted and stuff. You got to have a trained eye to see this stuff, and most of you do. But when you use your own perception and your own cognitive abilities to make sense of this stuff, it is a building. These things were massive. They were decked out to the tits, inside and out. And we see it in the melt. So thanks for letting me share that, Jen.
Absolutely. And Mark, I agree with Jamie. You just got to be respectful. You can't sit here and throw your opinion out in a rude kind of way because you got a buzz on now and you're drunk, and then play the victim. Why don't you just apologize and not be a dick? How about that? Right? You get your ass kicked out, don't come in acting like a victim. Obviously, from what I can see, people gave you a lot of fucking chances in here. I would have kicked your ass out a long time ago. I don't deal with drunk people. So don't fucking come to my show all sober, start drinking, and then halfway through, you're all drunk, and now you're saying stupid shit. That's just muffed up, and guess what? It's really immature. Okay, how old are you? You should have this shit figured out by now, buddy. You've been doing this for years. I don't mean to call you out like this, but maybe somebody needs to. Okay? I'm not judging you. I'm just saying. You need to, straighten up them bootstraps. What can I say? I'm only saying this because I love you, buddy. All right? You do this all the time. You've been around for a while, and it's not a good look. It just isn't. You're not a good drunk, okay? So give up drinking because you're not good at it. Drinking brings in the spirits, and clearly you get a bad spirit on you when you get drunk. And some nasty shit comes out. So you might need to work on some stuff and figure some stuff out and leave the alcohol alone. I'm just saying. Smoke some weed. You'll be fine.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, he gets kicked out because whatever he's doing, you guys gave him chances after chances, it looked like. And then you come back acting like you're the victim. Like you did something, everybody just did something to you. Poor you. You need to take accountability. Okay.
You don't have projection
for place of love. What? Good. What are you saying? Anyway, I'm going to get ready to get out of here, I think. It's already 4:25. I was going to try to end it on 4:20, but Mark screwed it up. It's all his fault. Me drinking is irrelevant. Okay, what was the question that made, I don't know what it made her event. Why don't you re-ask the question right now? Because clearly you must have an idea of what the question is. So let's get to it. Pose this question so I can give you an answer. Because I ain't going to fucking lollygag all around. I'm going to give you the truth. Just drop it for tonight, dude. Like I said, I want to hear this question. What's the big deal? What got everybody upset? Come on. What's the question? I want to see it. I want to know what it was. Is it out of line kind of question? What's going on? Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, I wasn't watching the chat.
Yeah,
love you.
We're working over here. We're like deep diving into the melt, and he's over here like doing whatever. I don't get it. Tell me what was my question. I don't know what your question was, dude, and I don't have time to sit here and try to figure this out with you. It's your fucking question. You should know what it is. Oh yeah. I gotta get out of here before I kill somebody. And see, I gotta let God sort this shit out, man. Praying for you, dude. Poor me. I won't Shut the fuck up. What's the question? Whatever. C'est la vie. Guys, we are out of here. I got to go. My ass is asleep. My kitten's hungry, and I got to go blow my nose.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Like I always say, the only thing that evil needs to prevail is for good men and women to stand by and do nothing. Let it not be said that we survived and did nothing, guys. I love you, and we are out of here. Class is definitely now dismissed. If I can find the song. Here we go. Class dismissed, guys.